Okay, Israel, Salakia, we're running a little late, but we're going to hopefully make it up to y'all in content and good quality Bible storytelling today. How y'all doing today? Happy Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom to everybody out here in Israel, getting to work in isbhpk, Houston, Virginia, Rochester, New York, Zakia, Quatazap, Zion, Calcavin, Guatemala teaching, getting to work in. Hope everybody's doing well and continue to fight, and we're going to get started with our prayers. We got to work on that volume situation. Okay. Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathananewa. A war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Blessed you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathananewa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Waponya Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatha Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathananewa. B'Shabbat. B'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anashya. Ayanyamya. Haharya. Ma'aya. Yabua'ah. Isaiah. Yabua'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. La'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamoyah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Wala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemariah. Makol. Right. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. Ayawalam. Aman.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee shall not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Elohayinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Watka, Thaba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'aratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathalanao, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachno, Chawabatino, Kasalachno, Chawabatino, Wala'a, Thabiano, Banasawan, Abo, Hawashino, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathaparat, La'ai Walamyam. Aman.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'a, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achayim, Ayah, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Tha'aina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Tha'aibado.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalach Wacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'aina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Thachamat. Ko, Asherah. La Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa. Nathalanao. Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the law.
Okay. Everyone, you shot me. Take a seat. Okay. Last week we went through Sabbath class. Let me see, make sure we got this right. Okay, I think the last thing we talked about was Joab coercing this older woman to try to convince David to accept Absalom from being in exile and to bring him back home and to bring about this happy quote-unquote reunion. And this ends up, David ends up sitting back here, and this woman creates this sentimental story about her sons who were striving with each other, and one killed the other, and then the family wanted the son dead. The mama didn't want the son to die, like you know, whatever the reason is. So what David ends up doing is saying, listen, we're going to spare the son, take care of you, look after you. But in doing that, in giving that answer and explanation, he's really not dealing with the judgment of the Heavenly Father, because that initial son spilled blood.
He's not being spiritually objective.
And you can't use sentiment in dealing in judgment. the son killed the other son, so his blood had to have been spilled too. So now, because he gave that false, not a false, but he gave a weak counsel to that woman, she held him against that and said, if you're going to sit back here and give me that consideration, you should be giving Absalom, your son, the same consideration. Then he realizes, okay, Joab brought me into the situation. Joab, listen to Joab. He says, don't lie to me. Did Joab put you up to this?
Yeah.
He says, yes, you have the wisdom of an angel. You know what's up. You have the perception of a godly deity. Yes, Joab did tell me this. Well, anyway, he says, okay, Joab, you got your wish. Bring this dude down. Now, he brought him down. He was exiled for 3 years. He came down. David didn't see him for 2 additional years. And then Absalom was going crazy, waiting for him to see the king. So he said, "I can burn up Joab's land, burn up his barley, just to get his attention."
He set his field on fire.
He set his field on fire.
And we established also that in the background that Absalom was a man that was used to getting what he wanted.
Yep.
Because he was the king's son. He was spoiled.
And he was spoiled. Everybody loved him. He was good looking.
Yeah.
He had flowing hair. Everybody loved him. And there was no flaw in him physically. Point is, we're setting this background up of his situation. So finally, after Joab's barley got burnt up, he approaches Absalom and said, "What's the damn deal?" Absalom said, "Listen, man, I've been waiting here for 2 years, and my father still hasn't sent me. Either I'm going to see him, let him kill me, or let him deal with me how he's going to deal with me, but I want to see him now."
Yeah.
So anyway, he ends up going to see his father. He does the fatherly son supplication. He bows to him. He apologizes. David gets sentimental. He lets him back in. He gives him the kiss. Just means he acknowledges him as that son again. So now he's back in the game, so to speak. He's back in the game. He's back in the king's good graces. And now we're going to start seeing phase 2. Well, this is really phase 3.
What did he do that was so offensive the first time?
He killed Amnon, his David's firstborn son.
Yeah, he set him up, right?
He killed him. When he had him, he ordered him to get killed.
There you go. Because
got him
for the purpose of revenge.
Well, because it's fun. Because Amnon took Tamar, Absalom's sister.
He took advantage of her.
Yes.
This is the part. Yes, he did kill Amnon, but it wasn't all about justice and judgment. It was partially based off of self-promotion.
It's self-motivation because, Amnon was the first in charge. Point is this. Now we're going to start seeing more of this man's true purpose and intention really start to take root.
Mm-hmm.
So, before we jump into 2 Samuel 15:1, I would like to go into the first paragraph of Antiquities of the Jews in the Josephus, because it gives a little bit more clarity to explain what's happening and to explain how diabolical Absalom kind of rolled into. This guy's got Josephus, man. This guy's got books on books. Anyway, so I need Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 9, paragraph 1. We're going to go into that first to explain. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do the paragraph first. Let's do that. Let's get somebody saluted in. Who was Karai? Let's get you in.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Barna Shah, Barna Yasha'ala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Ban Yasha'ala. And measure. Bro, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Katham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua B'Katham.
Alright, so let's get this. Paragraph 1. We're going to start seeing how, now once everybody in the city knows Absalom is back. Think about this. Absalom is back in David's good judgment, or good graces. And don't forget, what was Absalom's quote unquote political platform from the beginning? What was his? Why were the people okay with Absalom? There was a couple reasons. His looks. He was highly favored because of his looks. What was the other thing?
His relationship. He had a built relationship with him.
Not yet. But what did he do? Talked about it briefly a second ago.
Kiss him on the head or something?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
What did he do where the people were okay with what he did? The killing of Amnon.
He defended
Tamar.
Tamar, yeah.
Don't forget, when Tamar got violated, she went into the middle of the city court and crying. That scandal got out to everybody knew what Amnon did.
And he named his daughter after
Tamar in recognition and consideration of her. So everybody knew that Tamar got done wrong. So him sitting back here and taking Amnon's life, even though it was done out of order, the people can sit back here. The people can say, well, listen, David wasn't going to do the judgment. Absalom did what was right and had to sit back and pay the price for it.
Yeah, the people's favor.
So the people were able to accept that storyline and that sentiment. And then we're going to be able to sit back here and look between the lines as to what the real intentions are. What you're going to start seeing is he uses that platform to start building his campaign, his political campaign. We're going to see it in paragraph 1. Let's read that.
Book 7.
I need some photo right here, man.
No, I'm saying what? Oh, shit.
It's book 7, chapter 9, paragraph 1.
What? Page 195. Now Absalom, upon this, his success with the king.
The success was he got over it. I waited him out. Now it's okay now. Read on.
With the king procured to himself a great many horses and many chariots.
First of all, remember the law said well, a man wasn't supposed to have a whole bunch of horses to himself.
Yeah, multiply horses.
Not to multiply horses. So now what did Absalom do? He's multiplying horses because what does that symbolize?
Power. He's a king.
Power.
Position.
So he bought a bunch of horses. He bought horses.
The power figure.
That's my point. I don't know if y'all ever saw those Clydesdales, man. You ever seen Clydesdales? They look like damn majestic animals. Those animals look phenomenal, bro. And you sit back here get on Clydesdales. Can you imagine like 50, 60 Clydesdales?
It looks potent.
It looks like these dudes are rolling in damn power. It looks like damn ancient times animals, bro. And you put all kind of paraphernalia on and they just look unstoppable. Point is,
they have the animals have the shielding on.
That's what I'm saying.
It has their hair is braided. The hair is braided. They have the royal shield, royal symbols.
Yep.
They have armor on. It's very
regal. And it creates the image that hey, Absalom is the up and comer. Look at how this guy looks. He's already a handsome looking dude. He's got all these horses. He's got these princes rolling with him. He's got an entourage.
Isn't it very similar to Abimelech when he had that? I guess he had the ephod on, and the ephod was only for the priest.
I don't remember him having the ephod. I remember his father had the ephod.
But he said, "I'm not the
Gideon.
king."
Oh, that was Gideon.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, Gideon. I said the wrong way.
Yeah, because Abimelech was the son of Gideon.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm not the king,
But I want to wear this ephod.
but I got an ephod.
I'm gonna wear this priest robe.
I'm on a level."
Yeah, and he had a bunch of horses. And that was those Israelites back in the time of Judges.
Projecting himself.
They were projecting and flaunting
Yeah.
their power and position.
Yeah.
So he procures a bunch of horses and chariots. Read on.
And that in a little time also.
As you can tell, there was a sense of urgency about him pushing to get this kingdom. That's why he was burning Joab's damn field. He needed to sit back and hurry up. He couldn't get to this part of the plan until he got back in the good graces of his king. Now I'm sitting back here, I got to get these horses. I got to hurry up and stabilize this next motion. Read on.
He had, moreover, 50 armor bearers that were about him, and he came early every day.
And this is what the scripture says in 2 Samuel 15, which we're going to go into. It doesn't say how frequent he went up to the palace. The Josephus explains that it took time to start to gain momentum his way. The people liked what he did against Amnon and how he defended Tamar, but now he had to put that much more work in to consolidate the nation to be on his side before his next move. So every day he goes to the king's palace. Where's the king's palace? I don't think I even have it on here. Or do I do? The king's palace is here, up top.
The peak, right?
No, the peak is here. On the picture online, you'll see it's like in the middle between where the proposed construction of the temple was going to be.
Right.
That was at the tip top, but at the time the temple wasn't made yet.
Oh, okay.
So that was undeveloped land. The king's palace was in between. You know, the bottom is the bottom. Then you have that middle area. Then you have that other separate space where the priests were. So you got this middle area was the king's palace. So every day, Absalom is going in front of the king's palace. Okay, visualize this. He says, and came early every day to the king's palace. Read on.
And spake what was agreeable to such as came for justice and lost their causes.
So he's sitting back here and dealing with justice and judgment for the people. My number one question is, where was David? Where was David? This was the king's palace. So David wasn't dealing with the people? David was slipping, man. It all started in chapter what? I think it was 12. Where it said David tarried. Was it 12? What chapter was it? I'm trying to find the chapter. I think it was 11. Yep. But David tarried still at Jerusalem. He was just sitting down, man. He was getting older, and he wasn't on top of his business. How in the hell can Absalom go to the king's palace every day and deal with all the affairs of the people, and David not know about it? You're not even around enough to know, because obviously the king's job is to deal with the problems the people present him on a daily basis. So where was David? David was laxing up, man. David was not taking care of his business. And what ended up happening is Absalom took advantage of David's slothfulness. Because how in the hell, listen to what he says again. Read it again. It says, he said, and he came early every day to the king's palace. Read on.
And spake what was agreeable to such as came for justice.
These people were coming to the king's palace for justice, clarity, solutions, answers. Read on.
And lost their causes. As if that happened for want of good counselors about the king.
Now what Absalom did is he spent it. He said, you guys, let me give you these counsels. If I was in a position of authority, I would tell you this.
There you go.
If I had the seat of judgment, every day I'd be here in these streets.
Taking care of these people.
Taking care of the people. You know, but he says, you know, obviously the leadership we have here, they're not here out in these streets helping out. But if I was in your position, you know, if there was stickers back in the day, be like, listen, vote for Absalom. If there was pins, hey, vote for Absalom. I'd sit back here and deal with judgment.
He's out there winning people.
He's out there winning people in these streets, doing the heavy lifting, so to speak. What's that?
I'm just thinking about, you know, you hear that in so many different dynamics, like, you know, I'm not in charge. But,
Yeah.
You know.
But in just in case, if it was me, I would do things a little different. But you know what? I'm not here. I'm not anti. I'm in full support of King.
Right.
But you know what? Maybe there's an issue with the council or something. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you this. If it was me, this is the counsel I'd give you. This is what Absalom is doing. He's creating a seed of doubt. There's two dynamics going on here.
He's watering.
Listen, he's planning, he's developing, he's filling a gap
Yeah.
that David is not present in.
But it's under false pretense.
And this is the issue.
Yeah.
This is what I was trying to explain. Listen, David is wrong because he's not present. His presence isn't there. That's the problem. But the flip side is where Absalom is negative, that is, what was David's example when Saul was negative? David's example was, I'm just going to fade back, and the Most High is going to take this guy down. Absalom was like proactive. I'm going to see a hole in a man, and I'm going to exploit it, and I'm going to overthrow it.
Get what I want.
And I'm a force the course of the river. Whereas David was like, there's obvious negative. I'll wait till the Most High removes this man from this presence. And if I'm the one that's chosen, I'll take the spot. That's the difference in sentiment. The problem is, in both positions, the leadership was lazy and they were disconnected. David was disconnected, man. There's no way you already had an issue with this guy. You know, and then you don't think people are telling him, hey man, Absalom's out here dealing with other people.
Listen, David was dealing with the spirit of apathy now. Apathy
he's disconnected, bro.
Apathy is, I don't care right now. He has things in his head. He's overloaded or bombarded by guilt. Then when a person sins, it's hard to build back that momentum to be this righteous guy.
I think that's the answer. Listen, the scripture doesn't say either, but when you start to sin out, you get disconnected. Your quote unquote spiritual senses are dulled and they're numbed, and you start to miss things normally you wouldn't miss.
You would have caught that. If you were spiritual and sharp.
But David's in his own world. David's living his own life and has his own pursuits. There's a disconnect there, and he's letting Absalom sit back here and slowly break things apart from the inside, from the seams, and nothing's happening. But this is where David, well, it's the issue. When you start to do negative, when as a leader, when you start to get weak, you put your students in this position to have to sit back here and learn patience and fortitude and wait. This is what you put your students in. Now listen, Absalom is wrong. Absalom should have by no means sat back here and tried to take the throne. He shouldn't have sat back here and even inserted himself and start counseling and being there for the people. I'm going to give you counsel.
I'm the guy.
I can help you. You know, you wouldn't have got this if you waited for David. You only shows up on Tuesdays. David only shows up on Tuesdays. Huh?
He has a reduced schedule.
That's what I'm saying. You ever go to court and the damn judge ain't there? I'm like, God damn it, man! I took a day off for this crap. I gotta come back 2 Tuesdays from now.
Oh man, nobody wants to do that.
I got this damn case in the back of my head, bro. Because this guy just doesn't show up today. The point is this: what am I trying to say?
He's on recess.
Absalom, I've been there. I've been there. It's the worst ever. Anyway. So let's read it from that part again. And he came early every day.
And he came early every day to the king's palace, and spake what was agreeable.
What was what?
To agreeable.
He made sure his councils people liked what he was saying.
I can't. But listen, where in the hell was the king if he was near the palace? I don't understand this. Absalom was near the palace. Where was David? He was in the bedroom, sleeping, chilling.
World.
He's in the restaurant, eating.
He's like everybody else, because everybody gets in their own world sometimes,
Bro,
he's in his own
you're
world.
at the king's palace, where business hell. Where was David at? I keep driving that point. Is how did he allow this guy to get so much access to the people, unless your intention wasn't on the people. His attention and his focus stopped being on the people. And that's how he gave Absalom the angle to get in.
Let's not forget, when his son died, bro.
When the same guy.
Listen, his son, that was his favorite son, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one he wanted to take the throne after him out. He lost him.
What it shows is men be going through the motions sometimes.
Yeah, he was in his head, bro. He lost his favorite out, and he went to his head, and then he had the guilt behind taking Bathsheba. There wasn't guilt there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you look up, he's in a slump.
And that's all I'm trying to paint. He's disconnected. His mind isn't where he's supposed to be on what the people need. And Absalom, in his negative, is taking advantage of an opportunity. He's taking advantage of a hole in the weakness in his head.
Yeah.
Now the lesson is to not let that happen as a head, and to be on top of yourself. And the lesson also is, if you see that, you're supposed to sit back here and fill the gap until your head gets back where he's supposed to be.
If he was in the right, if he had the right intentions.
Exactly.
Because there's a level of deceit in that too.
I know.
Deceptiveness.
I know.
Hey man, yeah, I'm gonna look out. I got it. Don't worry about it, bro. I'm gonna hold you down while you get together. But I have different intentions. That happens to people too.
I know. And then, but once again, it goes on both ends. The person that's at the lower shouldn't take advantage of that opportunity.
Exactly.
And the head shouldn't give that opportunity in the first place for them to take it. So let's continue.
And spake what was agreeable to such as came for justice and lost their causes, as if that happened for want of good counselors about the king.
What he's saying is, you're losing things because the king doesn't have good counselors around him. You're losing things. Your life is falling apart because there's not enough leaders out here giving y'all counsel.
Can you say it again? I missed that.
Think about that. That's what he's saying. He's like this infrastructure is messed up. What we need to have is counsels that can reach to you. If you're up in Dan, we gotta have some brothers out in Dan that's gonna sit back here and deal with righteousness in Dan. This shouldn't be happening. Ephraim's going through what? The sons of Ephraim are going through what? Manasseh's happening. What's happening with Manasseh? We gotta have brothers out here. The counselors that David has got in these jurisdictions, that they ain't in the spirit, man. There's got to be a change from the inside.
There you go.
The infrastructure got to change.
And then
everybody's like, "Con,
yeah.
Con."
I like these problems I got going on.
Exactly. Absalom promised he gonna fix it.
There you go.
What was you gonna say?
No, it's definitely the point. Listen. You're looking. Who doesn't want to hear those ideas? Listen, bro. My situation sucks. David's not there right now. He did good work in the past.
Maybe his counselors aren't there.
Listen,
maybe his counselors. Because once again, listen. If the cat's away, what ends up happening?
The mice will play.
The mice will play. So if David's not on top of things, then everybody under David's gonna be laxing too.
Yeah. But these little events are never-ending events, and the king it's like never-ending cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
It's always gonna be a problem in Dan. It's always gonna be a problem in Ephraim. It's always gonna be a problem in Judah. These problems never go away. You could be on top of them. You're on top of all his business, and you look up. You did everything you could do, and guess what? Next month,
it's gonna be next week. Gonna be get your hand out of my pocket. You know what? It's gonna always be somebody saying, "Get your hand out of my pocket."
Exactly.
It's always gonna be Israel going crazy.
Somebody's offended. Somebody's wrong. Somebody's breaking the law.
It's the truth.
Never-ending cleaning out. After a while, I was like, you know what, man? I got my own life, man. I got
my own life.
I got my own problems. I got my own life.
And that's wrong. And that's wrong.
But this is where people's heads go. I got my own things going on. Listen, my men got it, bro. They got it. Whatever. I got to nurse my head real quick.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So let's say, David was going through that, lost his son, his favorite son, and then obviously he's feeling guilty about
his conduct, his decisions, yes.
So it's like a back-to-back, effect falling on him. And before he was king, he was doing a lot to be in that position, right? He suffered through a lot. What is the proper method for somebody to keep that zeal that he had, that David kept going, but how should I say it? How to keep it what's the word? How to keep it continuous. How to keep it consistent.
I'm gonna say this.
Especially going through all that. Like I can just imagine, bro, losing a son, feeling guilty about this and that, and then you still got all these responsibilities in front of you. Like how do you keep that,
I'm gonna tell you this. The Most High is gonna give you the solution, one way or the other. Either he is going to. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm calmly or patiently explain this. He was in his head. He neglected the flock. His mind wasn't ready where the body was at. So what did the Most High do? We haven't read there yet, but he was in his head. What he should have did is went back to his roots, praying to the Most High, praising the Most High, and making sure his people were taken care of. Because the more you're in your head, you're compounding the sins, and you're making more and more mistakes. And the Most High has to make more drastic moves to shake you out of your head trip. David was the only thing that was going to get David out of his head was getting back out in the desert again. The desert woke his ass up. I'm not even lying. Being out there sweating in caves woke his ass up again. Oh shit! I remember. I gotta pray. Oh shit! I gotta sit back here and forget and go back and be about my people. Listen, the Most High shaking your whole foundation up. This guy was on the run.
Yeah.
That woke him up.
Back to power.
Nothing was waking him up. He was probably in the same robe for fucking weeks in a row with the letter Da on his robe. What is this? He was in his head. You know what got his ass out of his head? Absalom's coming to kill you. Oh shit! Let's get out of here.
And even then,
Yahweh!
Even then, he was kind of like.
No. He got clear real quick. When Absalom was on the way with horses and chariots out, he was like, let's get out of here. We were all dead men. And all of a sudden, he was sharp. He started making great counsel. He was alert. Watch what happens. His whole mindset changed. When his back was against the wall, and he was back out in these streets again. There wasn't streets. It was the woods, bro.
Yeah.
Because you went from the big house to the outhouse side.
Yeah.
That's how the Most High shakes you up and reminds you better make it about the simple things, the people, the Most High, doing right.
Basics.
Because what's crazy? We're always asking ourselves, I need motivation to get myself right. You know what's the greatest motivant? Complete and utter loss and starting over again. That'll wake your ass
From
up.
scratch.
Because it's easy to be in your head when you ain't got to worry about bills and foreclosure rent on your head, lights ain't gonna cut off. Then you have time to. I'm emotionally torn and I'm sad. Well, when you get pink slips at the house out, you ain't got time to be sad no more, right?
Yeah.
Oh, if I had Amnon, I sure wish I had Amnon. You ain't thinking about Amnon when this thing's about to come kill you, right? And he's coming from Hebron right now to take you out.
He's about to join him.
And he's about to get you. All of a sudden, all that sentiment leaves. And walking in sackcloth leaves. Now I got to get back on my job for the Most High. So the answer to your question is, you got to go back into what matters: brotherhood, sisterhood, the work, the scriptures. Now, if you're not gonna find it in yourself to tap back into those sources, the Most High will manifest chaos in your life.
Manufacture war.
So all of a sudden, because war and loss and your back's against the wall and the sky is falling is what gets Israel to change. That's what gets them to get right. Most High speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not. But you know what man perceives? Loss. My wife's about to leave. Oh shit, I gotta study. Yeah, brothers want counsel. Brothers want counsel when ribs are about to leave, children are about to leave. They're getting foreclosed. They don't got no money.
Everything's serious. Everything's for real.
Then we're going to counsel. And we need scriptures. We need counsel and wise answers. I don't understand. Now we don't understand. This is David too.
Men confess when they're about to lose everything.
He's in his head. David's in his head. But all of a sudden, he's clear as day when Absalom's coming to get him. So the answer is simple. Finding the motivation and the fight to do it is not always so simple. Make sense?
So basically, just go back to what was working for you in the beginning.
Fine. But you know what? That takes love. Either the Most High is going to motivate you with love or fear. Those are the two motivants. You can read that in John. It talks about this. Listen, the Most High doesn't want to have to rule you by fear. He'd rather you be ruled by love. But the problem is, a lot of times we don't have a lot of love in our heart to keep giving and keep continuing.
No.
So when we don't have enough love to continue, And he's going to use one of the greatest motivations.
The greatest.
Fear. You ever see that old Guinea movie? I forgot what damn Guinea movie it was. He's like, would you rather be feared or loved? And the crime boss is like,
Bronx
fear. Bronx Tale, that's what it was. I'm sorry for saying Guinea movie. It just bothered my head. I just couldn't say it wasn't Goodfellas. I know it wasn't Goodfellas. It was one of the lower level ones, but it was a great. That point was a good point. And it's better to be feared than loved, because that fear sometimes will last longer than love. And that's really what ends up happening with Israel. So you want to maintain your love to keep your fight going. But if you ain't got enough love in your heart, you're going to have a lot of fear in your heart. That's what it's going to be replaced with. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Most High Scripture talks about there's going to be fishers of men, and then there's going to be hunters. Is that after the teaching and the reminding is going to happen? Then the Most High is going to send hunters to take you out, to create that spirit of fear. Because if you know what you're supposed to do when you're afraid, more than likely you'll do when you're afraid more than when you're at peace and everything's okay.
You have options.
Huh? That makes sense? Yes.
Just to kind of build off of what Cry had said, so he just kind of uses fear as a rod. So it's just a rod of correction. It's not him just casting you off. You stop back to square one.
Most High says, whom the Lord loves, he chastises.
Okay.
He loves you when he puts you in a situation where he scares the bejesus out of you. I'm using all these stupid terms out. When he scares the hell out of y'all, that means he gives a crap. The scary thing is when he stops hitting you, stops stinging you.
That's the scariest part. When
he stops stinging you, and you're just able to live your regular life with no real consequences. That's when you know you're in trouble.
Okay.
If you're getting stung, that means he still cares enough about you to bring and make your life uncomfortable.
Okay.
So this is where we're at. This is where David's at. He's comfortable, and he's allowing Absalom, through David's negligence, to even infiltrate and get into the situation and get a foothold into the kingdom. Okay? So every day, listen, he's dedicated to this. Every day he's dealing with the people with their matters. He's winning this coup one person at a time, one family at a time, one tribe at a time, one household at a time.
He's putting the work in.
He's putting the work in because he understands David was beloved. So now he got to sit back and make a move to like even rival how the nation loves him anyway. So keep going.
And spake what was agreeable to such as came for justice and lost their causes.
So what he's saying is he's going at the people that were wronged, just like his platform was Tamar was wronged. And I did what I did with Amnon because Tamar was wronged and she didn't have a voice.
She's a man of justice.
So I'm the voice of the people who aren't defended. Who doesn't love that? That's a great platform. Read on.
As if that happened for want of good counselors about the king.
Con.
Or perhaps because the judges mistook in that unjust sentence they gave.
So if maybe the judge wasn't on point, everybody wasn't sharp,
Yep.
and they made a mistake, and look at you, you're suffering now because the judge made a mistake.
You need a better judge. You need a better counselor.
Who didn't want to hear that when they felt like they got wrong?
Mm-hmm. I know.
Come on, bro. That's a extremely seductive message.
And he's putting in the work. You're gonna read later on. Let's read it. I won't say it. Read it.
Whereby he gained the goodwill of them all. He told them that had he but such authority committed to him, he would distribute justice.
If I had the
If somebody gave me the power to sit back here and go city to city, I'd make things right. I just don't have that power.
And that's politics now, because you look at, and we look at. I'm not choosing sides right now, even though I do not decide.
You know this guy's
But the point is, in politics, you say if it comes to Trumpism, he's the voice of the working class, Caucasian. He might be busting his ass, working hard, doing coal work, oil work, and then the other guys are the voice of those that want this green change. They want climate change. They want the environment.
BLM zone.
Yeah, the liberal zone. So there's pockets of people that have different desires that group up, and a wise man in the political realm is going to find an audience. So what he was doing was gathering his audience to back him up. So he had
based off of his track record that he
Exactly.
showed with Amnon. Okay. Let's keep going.
He told them that had he but such authority committed to him, he would distribute justice to them in a most equitable manner.
Equitable. It'll be fair. Read on.
When he had made himself so popular among the multitude, he thought he had already the goodwill of the people secured to him.
Well, listen, look how long it took for him. Look how long he put into this. You can read this next line. He said, I got the people secure with me. How does he know that? Read on.
But when 4 years had passed...
Stop! He did 4 years of this.
He really wanted it.
Damn.
This guy put 4 years of shaking hands and kissing babies out. Well, he campaigned for 4 years. What was David doing for 4 more years?
That's crazy.
David was chilling, huh? He was in his head.
He
was tarrying, and he was taking a break, and he wasn't putting the work in.
It's like a form of depression.
You know what the crazy thing is? I think there was a numerous amount of things going on with him. It could be depression. It could have been like that way I said, regret. And it could be this good old fashioned, I'm the king. I don't got to do this shit because I'm the king.
Well, people,
I think it's a little bit of everything.
Well, people play with. Listen, for all the time David went to war, there is a sense of I've done enough. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Once he sat back here and finished off Ammon and Syria, that was it, huh? And after he sat back here and fortified those boundaries for Israel, he started taking it easy. And on the flip side, this was also part of the curse. Listen, when you're cursed, like the Most High said that David was going to be, when you're cursed, what ends up happening? He's taking advantage of all the weaknesses that you got there. Maybe if David wasn't cursed and didn't lay with Bathsheba, his flaws wouldn't have been so exposed. Maybe his flaws and the fact that he was taking it easy wouldn't have had such a dire effect.
That's how I went there.
Is it safe to say that David got comfortable when he had got that position?
Of course. Well, not when he got the position, when not the position in totality. Because he went to work when he got the position.
Right.
First thing he did was besiege Jerusalem, which had never been besieged before. So he went already in the grind mode when he got the position. It's once he got the position, he took over Jerusalem. He wanted to build a temple for the Most High. Most High said no. Once the Most High told him you're not getting the temple, he just started murdering everybody around him, like, and expanding out the empire and expanding out the boundaries. He took out the Philistines. He took out Ammon. He took out Syria. Yep. He kept taking out Moab. He started spreading out and Edom, all these spaces, and he started having jurisdictions over them. Then he got comfortable. But the point is, we never can get comfortable. One, and then two, hopefully, if we do relax, the Most High will sit back here and have mercy on us based on work's sake.
And we do it sports. The team that wins the championship, the year after, normally they lose. Why? Because it's like, I already won. I already did this.
Yeah.
I already succeeded in this.
Yep.
So the same drive and desire is not there. It
And
takes a lot to perform at a high level. It takes all of that.
And on the flip side, we can't forget this all happened. The main reason this happened is because he took Bathsheba. That was the main reason. Now all of his flaws are getting exposed. The whole world knows his negative. I mean, he this thing put in. So this is what's happening. So with that being the case, let's continue.
But when 4 years had passed since his father's reconciliation to him, he came to him and besought him to give him leave to go to Hebron, and pay a sacrifice to the Most High, because he vowed it to him when he fled out the country.
So hold this. We're going to get back to here. We're going to read 2 Samuel 15:1. Adam, let's get this started, sir. Let's get you started in. Okay?
Yeah.
Adam Shah Shabbatah Ban Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Adam Shah Shabbatah Ban Yahawada Ban Yasharala. Amajim. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashabrakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabrakatah.
Right. All right. Let's go chapter 15, verse 1, 2 Samuel.
2 Samuel 15:1.
Shalom everybody online once again.
Shalom, shalom.
All right, let's go.
And it came to pass after this that Absalom prepared him chariots and horses and 50 men to run before him.
Okay.
And Absalom rose up early and stood beside the way of the gate. And it was so that when any man that had a controversy came to the king for judgment, then Absalom called unto him and said, Of what city art thou? And he said, Thy servant is of one of the tribes of Israel.
Goes back, they were looking for David. He intercepted them. If David was here at the temple waiting for counsel, waiting for the council people, he'd be like, I don't know nobody's coming around. He would have caught on this. Let's keep going.
And Absalom said unto thee, See, thy matters are good and right, but there is no man deputed of the king to hear thee. Absalom said moreover, Oh, that I were made judge in the land, that every man which hath any suit of cause might come unto me, and I would do him justice.
The deputy is appointed as a substitute. So nobody is here to substitute the king's responsibilities. If there was somebody that David would give authority to, maybe, we can deal with these issues, but he's not around. But I'm here. But I don't even have the power. But I'm listening to what you're saying.
I'm just Penelope. I'm just that guy. I'm the guy that deal with the defense.
I'm here early in the morning, bro. I'm here digging for you. I'm your ear.
I care.
I care. I know.
Absalom cares.
He's putting the work in, bro. Let's
4
keep
years.
going. 4 years. Read up.
And it was so that when any man came nigh to him to do him obeisance, he put forth his hand and took him and kissed him.
So this instead of they want to sit back here and praise him. He says, no. I kiss your hand. Mwah. The people.
Yeah.
The people. The common sense.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all about the people, is that narrative that everybody, people come first. I don't know where David is. David's up, maybe dealing with his women. I don't know. He's just throwing sly little remarks out. He's like, I'm here with you guys in the streets. I don't know where David's at. Read on.
And on this manner did Absalom to all Israel that came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel.
Stole their hearts.
What's that?
I'm sorry. No, I see what you're saying, because when I read that before, I was like, Kiss did that much?
Yeah.
So all this extra background, it was 4 years of
4 years of grind, Doc.
Grind. I'm sweating with you.
I'm in here. You see me. You don't see him.
Right.
He's right. He's inside the chambers. I'm out here.
Right.
He's in here chilling in his bed,
That's crazy.
taking naps, I'm out here with y'all in the grind in the streets for the people. It's raining out here, people. I'm getting wet with y'all. Where's the king? Who is the deputy that's supposed to take care of your matters? I'm here for y'all. Anyway,
that promotes okay, see, Absalom, he understands what we're doing.
and so when I make this another move,
Right.
they're going to understand the Most High backed it too. Because listen to me, he's all about judgment. It makes sense why the Most High is with him now.
He did me a solid too.
He's doing me as he's looking after me. He promised me he'll look after me if he was in charge. Now, what's going to happen is he's in charge. Okay, I'm okay, but I'm not going to put up a dust with that. I'm okay with it. I know him.
Well,
I know him.
He split his base. He split
That's
David's
the thing.
base.
But David let him split his base because David was laying up. Let's keep going.
And it came to pass after 40 years.
And this is where it's not 40 years. If Absalom was out here in the front of the house for 40 years, he'd be 60 years old, bro. He'd be at least 60, 70 years old. It couldn't have been 40 years of Absalom out here. David would have been dead by that time. David only ruled for 40 years. Know that. Okay? So this was 4 years. Okay?
4 years.
This was 4 years, just like Josephus said. Absalom wasn't out here for 40 years talking to people. That makes sense?
Okay.
I'm not adding or taking to the scriptures, but it's impossible for Absalom to have been here for 40 years.
When people deal with Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, there's
I'm just saying what I'm saying. Like I said, this is a physical impossibility, and it came to pass after 40 years. Absalom approached the king.
That's cool.
David wouldn't have been alive, man, after 40 years. Can we all understand that?
God, yeah.
Absalom was already getting up in years. He was already 40 something. He was only in as a king for 40 years. Okay? It was 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Israel. That's in the scriptures.
So that's already 40 years.
No. He isn't at this time. It wasn't 33 years.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
But he was
All right.
was ruler. He was king for 7 years in Hebron before he got the chance to finish up in Jerusalem over the whole nation. He was 7 years as the king of just Judah. Then 33 years as the king of Israel, which made 40. My point is, he had Absalom while he was in Hebron. Absalom was his third son. It tells you that also in 2 Kings. So Absalom wasn't 40 years old when this coup happened. Neither was David 15 some odd years in as king in the land of Jerusalem. It wasn't 40 years there too. Is what I'm saying making sense? If there's any not like ones in it, raise your hand, please. So I don't want to just brush past this and act like I'm adding something to the verses, because I don't do that. Please, I'm asking you. Don't just take a war's word from it. Can you understand how this is in the middle of David's reign in Jerusalem? 40 years didn't pass in the middle of that. Between Absalom wasn't 40 when he took over. Okay? Okay. Read verse 7 again from the top.
And it came to pass after 4 years that Absalom said unto the king, I pray thee, let me go and pay my vow, which I have vowed unto the Most High in Hebron. For thy servant vowed a vow while I abode at Geshur in Syria, saying, if the Most High shall bring me again into Jerusalem, then shall I serve the Most High.
So 4 years after they reconciled, Absalom goes to David and says, hey, I want to go to Hebron. I made a vow, I'll go there. It was a BS answer. But David, you're going to see, agrees. And then now the coup is halfway in step. Read on.
And the king said unto him, go in peace. So he arose and went to Hebron.
Listen, David is asleep. All these decisions David makes is off. Him sitting back here and listening to Joab was wrong. Him giving a bogus counsel to that older woman was wrong. Him sitting back here and telling Absalom it was okay to take all his sons to sit back here and party at the sheep shearing spot was wrong. Him telling Tamar to go deal with this burning ass Amnon was wrong. All these counsels he's giving is off. Yes,
I'm sorry. I was just kind of processing this. It's almost like sin slows motivation.
And clarity.
Right. And like a blameless spirit actually drives pursuit.
Pursuit and clarity.
Right.
Because pursuit or lack of pursuit is based off clarity a lot of times.
Right.
You'll be surprised when a person is dealing with a lot of sin.
Right.
That sin creates hesitance.
Right.
That sin and that negativity creates a lack of pure,
right,
unadulterated movement.
And unnecessary.
Because you get in the way of yourself.
Yes. Your negative thoughts is combating with your positive thoughts. That keeps you in a state of limbo. Versus sitting back here and operating with a clear mind, with clear intent, with clear motivation, with clear desire.
Because you know the Most High got your back. Without a shadow of a doubt.
I have a precept for that.
What's that?
Wisdom of Solomon 18 and 21.
Okay.
Read it real quick.
18:21?
Yeah.
Read it. What you got?
Wisdom of Solomon 18:21. For then the blameless man made haste and stood forth to defend him. So what you were mentioning, the man that's blameless, sin is not impeding his progress.
Okay.
The blameless man made haste and stood forth to defend him.
Okay.
That's talking about also David's position of the people.
Okay.
So there was lack of motivation there because he also did not possess that blameless spirit. I won't break it down.
Yeah. My whole thing is there's many factors behind why David is in the situation he's in. I can see, and this is something we need to talk. We can talk about, but we're still dealing with observations, and these observations are combinations of experience, what we've seen men go through, what we've battled in ourselves. When you're fighting doubt and regret, it's hard to be potent. It's hard to get out of your head, but there's still slothfulness.
Right.
He's still tapping into that king sloth.
And there's work to be done, and you have to have some type of zeal to do the work. And your zeal,
or you have to practice reconditioning your mind into different spiritual objectives.
Yeah.
David was used to killing and destroying and wreaking havoc on nations. He's over with it. Now he got to sit back here and give his mind to counsel the people. Think about Solomon. Solomon didn't have to worry about killing nobody.
Right.
So what was Solomon doing? Solomon was renowned for counseling and dealing with internal issues in the nation.
Yeah.
Because that was where his wheelhouse was.
That's true. That's true.
Solomon wasn't sitting back here going to war and sawing people in half and putting them in brick kilns and ovens and shit. He wasn't built that way. Now David's sitting back here. He's not putting armor on anymore. Now he got to sit back and deal with other issues. Maybe that's sitting at the palace and dealing with counsel wasn't his thing.
Transition right there. That's a big
Maybe that wasn't his mindset. So there's so many different things that are in the way of why things can go crazy, or why things aren't going the way he might expect it to be. But regardless, Absalom saw a hole, he saw a weakness, and he's exploiting it to the max. So now 4 years after David and Absalom were reconciled, Absalom said, "Listen, Father, I want to go to Hebron. I made a promise when I was in Geshur of Syria, and I want to sit back and make things right for my people. That's our hometown." Okay? He's like, "Cool, go." Now verse 10.
But Absalom sent spies throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, "As soon as ye hear the sound of the trumpet, then ye shall say, Absalom reigneth in Hebron."
This is crazy, bro. He already had allies. He had spies. He had spies in all of the tribes. He had this thing locked down. All the shaking hands and kissing babies. He found people that was ride or die with him. So he said, "Man, when you hear these trumpets, spread the word that I'm the king." So he sat back here. He set moles in all the nation. And when you start hearing the horns in Hebron, you're going to keep hearing horns going up. It's not like the people in Hebron, they're blowing the horns. You can hear it up in Ephraim. But as the horns are blowing at the south, the horns keep rising up. So when you hear the horns, let everybody know I'm the king now. So he already had these moles set in here. Okay, read on.
And with Absalom went 200 men out of Jerusalem that were called, and they went in their simplicity, and they knew not anything.
So these 200 men that went with Absalom didn't know they were here for the setup. They just followed him because that was the orders. That was part of the request that he actually went to David for. Can I go to Hebron, and also can I bring these people with me? This entourage. You don't forget, you would sit back here, David would sit back here and naturally send men to protect the king. That's a natural thing. Absalom's not going to just go down to a city on his own with no protection. So we sent 200 men with him. He goes to Hebron. He already had his plants already in Jerusalem, and now they're going to set the coup up. Okay, read on.
And Absalom sent for Ahithophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor, from his city, even from Gilo. Listen. Absalom
sent for Ahithophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor from his city. What you're going to find out, this guy was known and renowned amongst the nation for his wisdom, for his advice, and for his counsel. So he brought the most wisest guy with him to certify him. Because everybody knows Absalom's young.
And how can you deal with my problem?
But now I have an older head with me that's got my back. Now that if you got David's counsel with you, that means you're going to be okay. Because what you're going to realize is this guy didn't know the fix was in yet either, but he was renowned for his wisdom. Okay,
he had to make strong alliances. That's what he was doing. He had plenty of time to think this out and process this out.
And we're going to read later on in this chapter who Ahithophel is. It's going to blow your mind. But I'm going to let that go for a little bit because Ahithophel didn't know the fix was in yet. Okay, read on.
From the top, we'll continue.
Mm-hmm.
And Absalom sent for Ahithophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor, from his city, even from Gilo, while he offered sacrifices, and the conspiracy was strong.
Now he had enough to justify his position. I have counselor, I have numbers, I have people in all the different cities.
He has all his chess pieces.
He set this up for longer than 4 years. You can tell he was setting this up even when he was in Syria. Once he left, he's been setting this plan up for a while. Read on.
And the conspiracy was strong, for the people increased continually with Absalom. And there came a messenger to David saying, the hearts of the men of Israel are after Absalom.
He says, man, the people are okay with this move, bro. It's over, bro. It ain't like they're blowing horns. Nobody's tripping. He's like, David, nobody's tripping, bro. You know, he got real uncomfortable inside. You know that feeling like when it's over, right? When you made a mistake, you're about to get evicted at. You about to get evicted. You got eviction paper. What you looking at? Or you got some court summoning papers out, and you know he's bad mail out. And you just want to put that mail on the ground. Listen, how about when you get the mail, you know what's inside the mail. You don't want to open it. You know this is bad news. Like it's too many pages in this mail. This is not good for me. This is not a good message for me. It's not going to work well for me. And you just like want to forget about it a little bit, just put it down and think about something else. David's facing reality. I'm about to die. The whole people are okay with Absalom. I got to get out of here, right?
You better go.
Because you know he's likable enough for them to be okay with him. What it shows you also is that people are fickle. People are fickle, and if you're not doing something for them now, if you're not teaching in their face, if you're not counseling, if you're not putting in the work day in and day out, it doesn't matter. Think about this issue. David sinned, he made mistakes, but he was the only king that created peace amongst the nation. Saul was going to war. Saul couldn't take out these Philistines out. These crazy 6-finger, 12-toed, 12-finger guys were coming at them every damn couple months. David brought peace to the empire, right? And that wasn't enough. People are like, well, you know, maybe the Spirit wants Absalom to come through. Right? There was no loyalty. But he's showing you about the people. People aren't loyal. People are loyal to what they can get.
Right.
And that's it. All we have in a position of leadership is our ability to teach, counsel, and lead, and pray the Most High defends us. Because the opinion and split of people can change at any time, and we can't control that. But anyway, so this read on. What verse we at?
14.
Yeah, let's go.
And David said unto all his servants that were with him at Jerusalem, arise and let us flee, for we shall not else escape from Absalom.
He said, we
got
better
to
get
flee.
the hell out, bro. Now all of a sudden he's thinking clear. You think he's sitting back here thinking about sadness and emotion and shit?
No.
He's like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get my sword, get my boots. We gotta go to war. We gotta get out of here, resettle, recalibrate. How are we gonna do this?
Exactly.
He's back in war mode now. But you know, it's showing you this is what happens to all of us when we get in our flesh. When somebody get into our little mind, our head, Most High has to create scenarios like this to wake us up. It's obviously not an Absalom situation, but he creates scenarios to make you go back to work. Because we want to tarry by nature. By nature, we want to relax, take it easy. We're like, nah, I gotta shake this shit up to keep you going, to keep you praying to me, to keep you acknowledging me.
True.
Because if I don't shake you up, you ain't gonna be acknowledging me. You ain't praying.
And then affliction and seeking her.
And that's it. Because you're gonna read in chapter in Psalms 3 is when he starts to pray once Absalom ousted him. Psalms 3 actually says the prayer once Absalom has him out here in the woods, whatever the case is. This is when you start to get connected to the Most High. David's greatest prayers was when he was running from Saul, running from Absalom, dealing with regret from how he dealt with Bathsheba, how he took out Uriah. These things bring you and keep you close to the Most High. But my point is, Israel is such a train wreck. Why do you have to lose things before we want to serve the Most High again?
Because we're emotional. We're emotionally.
But we're selfish.
Yeah.
We're selfish. If my flesh isn't getting touched, I'm not so hyped about serving the Most High. I gotta lose things before the Most High means something. For the most part. So this is where we're at. So he's like, man, listen, we got to get out of here now and escape from Absalom. Read on.
Make speed to depart.
We got to hurry to cuss up. I want to say another word. We got to hurry to cuss up, or it's over. Read on.
Lest he overtake us suddenly and bring evil upon us and smite the city with the edge of the sword.
Now he's thinking spiritually now. He's like, listen, he's going to take us out and it's going to be all out war in Jerusalem. I got to get out to save the people too. Now he's thinking about the people.
Yeah.
Before it wasn't.
Because it's Civil War time. Pro David versus pro Absalom.
Huh? But the thing is this: if he was thinking about the people before, he wouldn't be in. He could have squashed this.
Yeah, we had 11.
When he had the time, he could have been thinking about the people. But when he's in war mode, now he's thinking about the people.
Yeah.
When the battle's on, now he can think clearly. When the battle ain't on, he's not thinking clearly.
So do we like I guess run from the nature of what, because we read all the time what motivates us.
Yeah.
So we just essentially run from that truth. Because we still, like you said, we want to tarry, we want comfort.
Yeah.
But we require to be in these sorts of situations to separate us from our flesh, right?
Unfortunately.
So it's a requirement.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
It's because Samuel didn't need that.
That's true. Okay, right.
Abraham didn't need that.
They were great men.
They were going to be potent regardless. But what the carnal side of us, the problem is this: what caliber men are you?
Right.
I'm not here attacking anybody. But the point is this: the one constant thing I think we can all say is that we're more spiritual when we have to be spiritual versus when being spiritual isn't needed necessarily. And that's just the reality about our people, about the nation of Israel. We get spiritual when, listen, we start talking about end times and food shortages, guess what?
Yeah.
We want to read Bibles. We want to sit back and send prayers up, Palaim. When everything's good, when the stock market's good, we're getting bonuses. Are we really worried about the Most High? Nah, not really.
Not in the same intensity.
Not in the same intensity. I'm not saying we're neglecting the Most High, but that same ferocity and fervency to put him first, no. And this is what's happening. His whole clarity, he's clear as hell now. We got to get out of here to save our asses.
This is going to happen.
And listen, the people are going to get screwed up here in this deal. So we got to get out of here. Let's keep reading how his mind starts to work. You're going to see it. Read verse 15.
And the king's servants said unto the king, Behold, thy servants are ready to do whatsoever my lord the king shall appoint. And the king went forth, and all his household after him. And the king left 10 women, which were concubines, to keep the house.
So he took his family, his ribs, his legitimate wives. He took them, his playthings, his side pieces, and stayed there.
Come on, let's go.
He's like,
I gotta go.
No, you got to still hold tight here. Baby, we got to keep the house clean, keep it organized. I can't take all y'all down.
I can't take all your women.
Some bad news.
That's it. You know what? Hey, where we going? How about that? I'm gonna need you to hold it down. You know, I know you know how to run this thing. I know you got this. Let me stop. Point is this: he takes his ribs and stuff out and keeps the 10 of them. He might take some with him, but he kept 10 there.
He left 10 there.
He left 10 there, bro, and that was what the damn deal is. So there's this. Yeah. No. Am I standing? No, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. Let me stop. Let's keep reading.
And the king went forth, and all the people after him, and tarried in a place that was far off.
So they got the hell out of here. Read on.
And all his servants passed on beside him, and all the Chitherites, and all the Pelethites, and all the Gittites. 600 men which came after him from Gath passed on before the king.
So listen, a lot of men were loyal to David when he was at Gath, when he was on the run from Saul, and he sought restitution from King Achish from Gath. These Cherethites and Pelethites were nations. They were Philistines. They were loyal to David. They were loyal damn warriors that had his back. Even when don't forget, these guys were with him when they took out the cities of the Pelethites and the Cherethites and the Gittites, which was Gath. Gittites is Gath. Remember, we read when he was expanding the kingdom out and he finally wiped out the Philistines? Some of these men were of their own nation that turned against their nation and followed David. One of the guys was, I can't prove this, but Benaniah was the head of these guys. Benaniah was that guy who fought lions in damn caves out in the snow. So these were great potent dudes, great potent warriors that were set up in Jerusalem. And when he got out, he said, listen, man, y'all, they won't come with him. These 600 dogs out and warriors follow him out there because he had 600 men when he was on the run in the first place. So those 600 men, they were old, gray-headed killers. You know, it was like salt and pepper out there, but they would still whip your ass. I'm serious. It was salt and pepper, 600 G's, war-torn G's, and they whipped you. And they're gonna see how they whipped on him too. So it's his loyal guys that went from the start. They stayed with him. Read on. Just because there's salt and pepper don't mean you ain't no chumps out here. I reckon. Read on.
Whereas thou camest but yesterday. Wait.
Verse 19.
Then said the king to Attai the Gittite, wherefore goest thou also with us? Return to thy place and abide with the king, for thou art a stranger and also an exile.
So he's like, listen, man, for you, Attai, there was one particular guy that was loyal to him. He says, man, you're in exile from Babylon. You can't go back there because you was with me. And you just got here. So you need to stay in the city. Read on.
Where 20, correct?
Yeah, verse 20.
Salaki. Whereas thou camest but yesterday, should I this day make thee go up and come down with us? Seeing I go whither I may, return thou and take back thy brethren. Mercy and truth be with thee.
So he says, man, I'm not trying to pull you out, man. You just got here. Read on.
And Attai answered the king and said, as the Lord liveth, and as my lord the king liveth, surely in what place my lord the king shall be, whether in death or life, even there also will thy servant be.
That's ride or die, potent stuff. He's like, bro, I'm riding with you, bro. He says, nope, I'm going with you. Nope, I'm not going to listen. I'm going to follow you. Read on.
And David said to Attai, go and pass over. And Attai the Gittite passed over, and all his men and all the little ones that were with him.
He said, all right, man, come with us. Because they had to take their families too. They're on the run. These kings are going to take out men, women, and children. Read on.
And all the country wept with a loud voice, and all the people passed over. The king also himself passed over the brook Kidron, and all the people passed over toward the way of the wilderness.
So they went over to the brook of Kidron, and the brook of Kidron was like slightly northeast of Jerusalem. Okay? Read on.
And lo, Zadok also, and all the Levites were with him.
Zadok was the high priest. They said they're going to go with David. The high priest, they're going to take the ark and everything. They was going to go ride or die out here, bro, in the damn woods. Read on.
Bearing the ark of the Most High. And they set down the ark of the Most High. And Abiathar went up until all the people had done passing out of the city.
Abiathar was one that was ride or die with David also. He was the one person that was left when Saul wiped out all the priests. Okay? And he ended up catching up with David when they were that 600 group in the past. So Abiathar, which was a priest, which was from Ithamar. Zadok was the high priest of Eleazar. Yep. They were going to go, all the priests and their sons were going to go ride with him out in the wilderness. Read on.
And the king said unto Zadok, carry back the ark of the Most High into the city.
He said, no, the ark can't leave, man. I'm not trying to destroy the city off of something that I know I have something to do with.
Yeah, it's on me.
You're like, really, I still me, man.
It's on me.
David's thinking clear now. How the hell is he thinking clear now, bro? When he was sitting back and laying up tarrying for months, for years, bro. Now his senses are heightened now. He gets it. The ark got to go back to the temple. Continue.
If I shall find favor in the eyes of the Most High, he will bring me again and shew me both it and his habitation.
Now he's thinking spiritual. I'm going to be out here. I'm on the run. Most had to shake my ass up. If I please him out here in these streets, I'll come back and I'll see him. If I'm not meant to have it, cool. At least it's in a fortified, protected place. Read on.
But if he say thus, I have no delight in thee, behold, here am I. Let him do to me as seemeth good unto him.
Hey, whatever the Most High wants to do to me, I'm okay with it. I accept because of my actions. If this is my time to die, I'm going to die. Read on.
And the king said also unto Zadok the priest, art not thou a seer? Return into the city in peace, and your 2 sons with you, Amiaz thy son, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar.
So he's like, listen, y'all son, he says, aren't you a priest too? You're a seer too. You're a prophet. He says, man, you need to go back there and be the eyes and ears of the people. And what he's saying also is, I need some eyes and ears to let me know about intel out there in Israel. That's also what he said about seer. I need somebody to let me know what this dude's planning.
Some insight.
I can't send all of my dogs out here with me without any informants.
That's true.
He's also prepping a way to get back in.
He's spot on right now.
He's like, I need spies. I need intel. Yes, sir?
Counterintelligence to what Absalom was doing?
He needed counterintelligence. He needed somebody to play both sides, huh? Read on.
See, I will tarry in the plain of the wilderness until there come word from you to certify me.
You see what he said? I need you to give me word when everything's right. Read on.
Zabuk therefore and Abiathar carried the ark of the Most High again into Jerusalem, and they tarried there. And David went up by the ascent of Mount Olivet.
So David went to the Mount of Olives, the same place Christ went to. He went up to the Mount of Olives, and he posted there for a little bit. Read on.
And wept as he went up, and had his head covered, and he went barefoot. And all the people that was with him covered every man his head, and they went up, weeping as they went up.
So first they were thinking about strategy, then they got to the Mount of Olives and had time to pray and reflect.
Yeah.
And sit back here and humbly beseech the Most High to get them out of that situation. It just shows once again, when Israel is backs are against the wall, we get spiritual. When we're comfortable, we're not talking about the Most High that much. Read on.
And one told David, saying, Abiathar is among the conspirators with Absalom.
He says, Ahithophel is amongst the conspirators with Absalom. Remember that was the head counselor of David.
Okay.
Yes, sir?
The Most High is constantly trying to make you righteous, so you don't let these worldly things
Yep.
get you in your head, so let's see,
He keeps forcing you to remember him. Because a lot of times we forget him. So chaos has to happen to keep us conscious of pleasing him. You know what I'm saying? So now we read earlier. Remember we read earlier when Absalom commissioned Ahithophel to come down to Hebron to send prayers up? We read that, right? Now it's explaining that initially those 200 men, and read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. And Absalom sent for Ahithophel, the Gileonite, David's counselor, from his city, even from Gilo, while he offered sacrifices, and the conspiracy was strong, for the people increased continually with Absalom.
So this same Ahithophel that Absalom had requested to bring down here with the 200 men, they didn't know what was up. But once Ahithophel found out what was up, he joined sides with Absalom. But Ahithophel was David's main counselor. Now, go back to verse 31.
And one told David, saying,
Ahithophel
Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. And David said, Oh Lord, I pray thee.
Oh shit. Read on. I pray, Father. Read on.
Turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness.
He says, man, turn this guy's counsel into foolishness, because I know this guy has great wisdom. Now check this out.
And it came.
No. Hold this and go to 2 Samuel chapter 11 in verse 3.
2 Samuel chapter 11 and verse 3. And David sent and inquired after the woman. And one said, Is it not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite?
So, Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Okay? The daughter of Eliam. Now, let me make sure I got this. I think I messed this next part up. I gotta find the next verse. Let me make sure I got this right. No, we're good. Now, listen, hold that verse, and I want to jump to 2 Samuel 23 and 34. So listen, Bathsheba's father, his name was Eliam, right? And his name was Eliam. We know that. So go to 2 Samuel 23 and 34.
2 Samuel 23 and 34. Eliaphilet, the son of Ashbai, the son of the Maccabeite, Eliam, the son of Ahithophel, the Gileonite.
So, Eliam is the son of Ahithophel, the Gileonite. We just read about Ahithophel Ahithophel, the Gileadite, which was the main counselor of David. But Ahithophel is the father of Eliam. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. So Ahithophel is the grandfather of Bathsheba. Ahithophel is the grandfather of Bathsheba. Now you can understand why Ahithophel might turn on David. Ahithophel is the father of Eliam. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. That means Bathsheba and Ahithophel are family. So you would sit back here and say, damn, why would Ahithophel turn on David? He was his number one counselor. Because maybe Ahithophel had a hidden grudge towards David about how he defiled his granddaughter. And how he did his granddaughter wrong. And how he killed his grandson-in-law. I don't think that's above the realm of speculation.
No.
Right? So this is the situation. So he turns on Absalom. He turns on David and aligns himself with Absalom. And you're going to read also that Ahithophel is renowned for his wisdom and his understanding, and the whole nation respects him for his insight and clarity.
He's no dummy guy.
He's no dummy, and he understands how to upend David. He understands it. And he has motivation because of what David did to his wife. I mean, his daughter, his granddaughter. Okay? You see, it was still wrong what he did. Don't you see how all of his dirt is rising up to the forefront?
Yep.
And all the people he's wronged, all this is like, what do you call, blowback from this negative decision. All of it is. So, read verse 31 in 2 Samuel 15 again.
Second Samuel 15 and 31. And one told David, saying, Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. And David said, O Lord, I pray thee, turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness.
He's like, I pray that you take this dude's phenomenal wisdom and turn this shit upside down. That's the only way I'm going to get out of this damn thing. Read on.
And it came to pass that when David was come to the top of the mount, where he worshipped the Most High, behold, Hushai the Archite came to meet him with his coat rent in the earth upon his head.
So there's another brother that came to rent his coat and just pray with David and feel bad with him. Read on.
Unto whom David said, If thou passest on with me, then thou shalt be a burden.
So Hushai is like, listen, I want to go with y'all and follow y'all. I want to ride with y'all too. David's like, man, if you come with me, man, you're going to be a burden. Because he was an older man. You're going to see it. Read on.
And if thou return to the city and say unto Absalom, I will be thy servant, O king, as I have been thy father's servant, with hitherto, so will I now also be thy servant. Then mayest thou be for me defeat the counsel of Ahithophel.
He needed another elder type person that could win Absalom's trust to neutralize Ahithophel's counsel. So he's like, if you're with me out here in this woods, you're going to slow me down. You know what, man, you can't roll and ride like we ride. Because over there, just walking barefoot out here in the damn woods. And you got an older man doing the same thing? He says, you're better placed back in the kingdom, finding ways to neutralize Ahithophel's counsel.
Yep.
Okay, read on.
And hast thou not there with thee Zadok and Abiathar the priests? Therefore it shall be, that what thing soever thou shalt hear out of the king's house, thou shalt tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. Behold, they have there with them their two sons, Ahimaazar, Zadok's son, and Jonathan, Abiathar's son. And by them ye shall send unto me everything that ye can hear.
So this is dealing with the intel and that counterintelligence. Hushai, go back in there, be right next to the king, be his ear, and neutralize Ahithophel. Then once you find out what the counsel is going to be, you talk to Zadok and Abiathar. They're going to tell their sons, and then their sons are going to get the message to me. It's how we're going to work this communication chain so I can sit back and stay on top of what this dude's strategy is next. That makes sense? Read on.
So Hushai, David's friend, came into the city, and Absalom came into Jerusalem.
So he came right on time. So now we're going to go back to the Josephus, Kariah. Give me paragraph 2, sir.
Paragraph 2 says, we didn't get to finish the very bottom
Finish
part.
the bottom part of paragraph 1.
Kind of. So when David had granted his request, he went thither, and great multitudes came running together to him. For he had sent to a great number so to do.
Read on.
Among them came Ahithophel, the Gilonite, a counselor of David's, and 200 men out of Jerusalem itself, who knew not his intentions, but were sent for as to a sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
So he was appointed king by all of them, which he appointed by this stratagem. As soon as this news was brought to David, and he was informed of what he did not expect from his son, he was affrighted. Hold on.
At this.
And he was affrighted.
Mm-hmm.
And he was affrighted at this, his impious and bold undertaking.
He was afraid of of Absalom's impious and bold move. Read on.
And wondered that he was so far from remembering how his offense had been so lately forgiven him.
He said, man, did this dude remember the fact that I forgave him for his negative ass offense? And he's pulling these stunts?
Yeah. Hey, listen. He has an agenda.
He has an agenda.
And listen, you can forgive him all you want. The forgiveness was a part of his agenda.
Exactly. and that's ridiculous. I forgave this dude, man. And he's going to sit back here and try
He's
to
not
take
living off the same rules you're living off.
He's not playing by the same rules. God. Read on.
That he undertook much worse and more wicked enterprise.
He played the long game too. 4 years of hustling.
He gave a damn.
4 years of smiling and giving handshakes and hugs and kisses. Just to take the kingdom. Read on.
First, to deprive him of that kingdom which was given him of the Most High.
And this is the whole point about if Absalom disagreed with his father, he still had to wait for the Most High to intervene.
Right.
Absalom sitting back here and taking matters into his own hands was the wickedness that was performed from him.
That's how you know that he didn't have a conscience towards the father like
Exactly. Because when David was in that position, he waited till the Most High removed Saul before anything happened. The funny thing is, he waited for the Most High to remove Saul and Ishbosheth.
He didn't have to do his business. He could have took him out.
He could have easily, but see, he constantly showed David. He gave opportunities to have David pummel weaker spirits, and instead of pummeling those weaker spirits, he still sat back here and faded back. He faded back and didn't sit back here and take advantage of these weaker spirits when he could have. Okay, whether it was with, remember those the guy that cursed him and didn't take care of him and his men for looking after his flock.
Yeah,
that dude, and it was a Ishbosheth the Honai. But let's keep going.
And secondly, to take away his own father's life. He therefore resolved.
What kind of person has the desire to kill their own father?
That's crazy.
That's how you know he was corrupt within.
Okay.
He was morally deprived within. Because that's just inordinate.
Okay.
He could just lived his life, had a good time, took care of his business. He was the king's son. He already had a good life.
Yeah.
How much better can you have it?
Right.
To the point where you want to take your father's life? That's how you know some people have inordinate desires.
Okay.
And the Most High has shown that personality characteristic through his son. But it wouldn't have been open. That can of worms would have been open. The Most High would have defended him.
If he was on point.
If he was on point.
Right.
Let's keep going.
He therefore resolved to fly to the parts beyond Jordan. So he called his most intimate friends together and communicated to them all that he had heard of his son's madness. He committed himself to the Most High to judge between them about all their actions, and left the care of his royal palace to his 10 concubines, and went away from Jerusalem, being willingly accompanied by the rest of the multitude, who went hastily away with him, and particularly by those 600 armed men who had been with him from his first flight in the days of Saul.
Exactly.
But he persuaded Abiathar and Zadok, the high priests, who had determined to go away with him, as also all the Levites who were with the ark, to stay behind, as hoping that the Most High would deliver him without its removal. But he charged them to let him know privately how all things went on. And he had their sons, Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, and Jonathan, the son of Abiathar, for faithful ministers in all things.
And it shows it pays to be loyal to your friends.
Yep.
It pays to take care of your people. Some people they get into a position of authority, they forget about the people that got them there.
Right.
They forget about the people that campaigned for them. They forget about the people that had their best interest in mind when they were in a low condition.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows you to keep that integrity and still look out for your friends when you're in prosperity also.
Right.
Keep reading, sir. Thank you, sir.
Come. But Attai, the Gittite, went out with him, whether David would let him or not.
Mm-hmm.
For he would have persuaded him to stay. And on that account, he had appeared the more friendly to him. But as he was ascending the Mount of Olives, barefooted, and all his company were in tears, it was told him that Ahithophel was with Absalom and was of his side.
And we know that Ahithophel was Bathsheba's grandfather. Read on.
This hearing augmented his grief.
He's like, this guy has proper strategy. This is not good news. Read on.
And he besought the Most High earnestly to alienate the mind of Absalom from Ahithophel.
He's like, I'm praying that Absalom doesn't lock into what Ahithophel's telling him. I'm praying that this happens. Read on.
Thank you, bro.
For he was afraid.
Double up, man.
Sorry, here we go.
Read on.
For he was afraid that he should persuade him to follow his pernicious counsel.
He was afraid that Ahithophel would persuade Absalom with his pernicious counsel. Read on.
For he was a prudent man and very sharp.
He was a real dude, bro.
I know.
And he knew what he was talking about, and his assessments were clear and sharp. This is somebody that really Absalom needed. It was like, man, please create a rift between these guys.
I mean, pernicious mean a harmful effect. His moves are deadly. His moves are calculated and deadly. Read on.
Calibrate.
Mm-hmm.
And very sharp in seeing what was
Advantageous.
advantageous. When David was gotten upon the top of the mountain, he took a view of the city and prayed to the Most High with abundance of tears, as having already lost his kingdom. And here it was that a faithful friend of his, whose name was Hushai, met him. When David saw him with his clothes rent and having ashes all over his head, and in lamentation for the great change of affairs, he comforted him and exhorted him to leave off grieving. Nay, at length he besought him to go back to Absalom and appear as one of his party, and to fish out the secretest counsels of his mind, and to contradict the counsels of Ahithophel, for that he could not do him so much good by being with him as he might by being with Absalom. So he was prevailed on by David and left him.
So listen, so we already got that in the scriptures. Are you finished with that last paragraph too?
No, sir.
Okay.
And left him and came to Jerusalem, whither Absalom himself came also a little while afterward.
Okay. Let's go now. Let's get chapter 16, verse 1.
2 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 1. And when David was a little past the top of the hill, behold, Ziba the servant of Mephibosheth,
Mephibosheth.
Mephibosheth met him with a couple of asses saddled, and upon him 200 loaves of bread, and 100 bunches of raisins, and 100 of summer fruits, and a bottle of wine.
Refreshing. Listen, remember Ziba? That's a win right there. Your feet are burning out. You're sitting back here with sackcloth. You're torn down. You're crying. And then somebody brings fruit and wine and all kind of good stuff for you. So remember Ziba was the one that had taken care of all of Saul's land. Took care of Saul's land. Took care of Saul's estate while Jonathan passed and all of Saul's children were passed on except for Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth was on the run. He was up north, so he was taking over the land. Remember, David wanted to do good by Jonathan's son, so he brought Mephibosheth down. He said, "Listen, man, you're gonna be in the king's area. I'm gonna take care of you. You're gonna come from 0 to 100. You're gonna be living well, living like the king, living with the king. And Ziba, that land's not yours now. You're gonna sit back here and cultivate that land for Mephibosheth and his kids, right?" So we took all the power from Ziba and gave it back to Mephibosheth. Now Ziba, understanding that David was in a tough spot, gave him all these things, showed him this good tidings and love and consideration because he knew David needed it. Even though Ziba got the you-know-what of the stick, he still sat back here and gave to
It was
David.
fair.
He got screwed up, but it was fair. And Ziba understood that. So now David's like, man, what's this for? Read verse 2.
And the king said unto Ziba, what meanest thou by these?
Why you giving me all this stuff? Because and he said, like, I took all the power from you. Why are you giving me this fruit and stuff? Read on.
And Ziba said, the asses be for the king's household to ride on, and the bread and the summer fruit for the young men to eat, and the wine that such as be faint in the wilderness may drink.
Mm-hmm.
And the king said, and where is thy master's son? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he abideth at Jerusalem. For he said, today shall the house of Israel restore me the kingdom of my father.
This dude did this, and Mephibosheth thought this was his chance to get to the top. Right? He said, I'm going to stay to the kingdom because Israel's going to sit back here and put me back in the throne. Right? He's opportunist. Right? Listen, David did all of this good for Mephibosheth, right? And Mephibosheth turned on him. Right?
That hurts.
That hurts. Right? That hurts. He's been, I sat back here and built you up, and now you're going to sit back here and try to throw your hat in the ring like, listen, Absalom ain't going to get it, I'm going to get it. Absalom's not, do you think Absalom's going to let this dude live? Hell no. If Absalom took out the King David, you think Absalom's going to let you sit back here and breathe and eat on his royal table? You're tripping. But he's in his head thinking, because what it shows you is in his heart, he wanted the throne too. So it showed in his heart he wanted the throne like Ishbosheth and Jonathan and everybody else.
I got a question. Is it safe to say that these people were covetous?
Huh?
Absalom, like Ishbosheth and Absalom, they were covetous of knowing what David had. Like,
yeah. Ishbosheth had the kingdom. Mephibosheth wanted it. But remember, he was lame in the legs, he couldn't walk. So back in those days, those kind of men weren't going to get kingdom positions. But now he's there like, okay, David's out, it's my turn to get into power. And he showed no loyalty to David at all. So
It happens like that sometimes.
it happens like that a lot.
Sometimes it be that way.
You do good to people, and sometimes people don't appreciate the good you do for them.
It's a part of the game.
Because men are opportunists. So, let's continue.
Then said the king to Ziba, behold, thine are all that pertaineth unto Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, I humbly beseech thee, that I may find grace in thy sight, my king, O Lord.
So David's like, listen, bro, I'm going to give you everything that I gave Mephibosheth. I'm giving it back to you, bro. Forget this. This dude lost it all. Mephibosheth lost all that power of that land, and it's now in Ziba's hands. And Ziba's like, thank you, Lord, I appreciate it. He didn't think that was going to come.
Hey, look, but it shows it pays just to be righteous, just
And just
for
do
the
right.
case of being righteous. It's not about the gain. A lot of us were righteous for the prospect of gain, and that's dangerous because that means that gain is it steers your moral compass.
Yep. And they're saying, listen, if you do things for the right reasons, good is going to come your way, regardless. Okay, so let's keep going.
And when King David came to Barim, behold, hence came out a man of the family of the house of Saul.
Barim is a city in the land of Benjamin. Don't forget, when you look at the map, I don't have it on me. Jerusalem is really in Benjamin land. So if you're going north, and we explained earlier that the city of I just read near the Mount Olives, and I said another city earlier. 1 second. I'm just trying to find that city name. Man, I don't know where that city went. Point is this. They're in the city of Benjamin, the area of Benjamin. Jerusalem is right at the border of the city of the country land of Judah and Benjamin. So they went north of Jerusalem. So they're already in the territory of the Benjamite people. Okay? Just know that. So they're in the territory of Benjamin. Read on. Matter of fact, hold that verse and give me paragraph 3, Jeriah, in the Josephus. Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 9, paragraph 3.
I ain't know Jeriah.
Right, go ahead.
Jeriah, my fault. Slakia, Jeriah. Right, let's go, bro. I knew that one now.
Alright, paragraph 3, page 196.
All your Ra'ayas and Ayahs are the same, man. I don't know, man.
Line 205. When David was gone a little further, there met him Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth.
Mephibosheth, yes.
Mephibosheth, whom he had sent to take care of the possessions when he had been given him as the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, with a couple of asses laden with provisions, and desired him to take as much of them as he and his followers stood in need of. And when the king asked him where he had left Mephibosheth, he said he had left him in Jerusalem, expecting to be chosen king in the present confusions, in remembrance of the benefits Saul had conferred upon them.
He's like, Saul did a lot of good for Israel. The thing is this, the kingdom was split between the north and the south. It always was. David was the first king to unify the nation of Israel. So in Mephibosheth's head, you know what? The north was always loyal to Saul. So I'm banking on the fact that they're going to choose me over them choosing Absalom. But he didn't realize that Absalom had locked down the north and the south. But anyway, that's his thinking. He thought he had a shot. Read on.
At this, the king had great indignation.
Because this dude didn't give a damn about all the kindness. David went out of his way to do right by Jonathan by looking out with Mephibosheth. He went out of his way. Put him in the king's city. Had him eat dinner with the king every day. And gave him his land back. Read on.
And gave to Ziba all that he had formerly bestowed on Mephibosheth. For he determined that it was much fitter that he should have them than the other, at which Ziba greatly rejoiced. When David...
That's enough. Now let's get back in the scriptures. It's about that time for you too, sir. Okay, so where are we at, Adam?
2 Samuel 16:6, I believe.
I think it's 5.
5?
Let's go 5.
Okay. And when King David came to Barim, behold, hence came out a man of the family of the house of Saul, whose name was Shimei, the son of Gera. He came forth and cursed still as he came.
So he's cursing and causing nothing but hell as he's coming through and watching and seeing David and his 600 men and children and babies and families walking out here through their land. Read on.
And he cast stones at David, and at all the servants of King David. And all the people and all the mighty men were on his right hand and on his left.
So he was in the middle, and all his men were supporting him to the right and to the left. Read on.
And thus said Shimei when he cursed, come out, thou bloody man, and thou man of Belial.
Listen, they were sitting back here. He was sitting back here and looking for a reason to be pissed off because everybody wasn't pro David. These are the facts. Benjamin still had a problem with David being the king. People close to Saul had a problem with how David got the kingdom, not realizing David did nothing to get to the kingdom. Now, David was a bloody man, but not for the reasons that he's saying that David was a bloody man for. He's saying that David was a bloody man by how Ishbosheth got taken out. Remember, the scripture talks about how there was two men of another nation that took out Ishbosheth and brought his head to David. And David killed those two men who killed Ishbosheth. He said, that's not how you're supposed to do things. I'm going to take y'all out because you took the matters in your hands to take out Ishbosheth. Obviously, this guy Shimei and other people of Benjamin thought that David did that. That David set up the coup to take out Ishbosheth. And obviously, I don't know how they can blame him for killing Saul because that was with the damn Philistines. Well,
so some people choose to believe their own narrative, regardless of
what's true and what's not true. Exactly. And this is what's happening. And then also they had beef. You know what they also thought David had a hand in? Abner died.
Yeah. Still.
So that they're sitting back here. They didn't want to listen to the fact that it was Joab. I was inside that. Joab won't do nothing unless David authorized.
That was David's boy.
And that was David's boy. So he's sitting back here catching flack for things he really didn't do. But on the flip side, he did do it. He was bloody though. He was bloody because he took out Uriah. Let's keep going.
And the Most High hath returned upon thee all the blood of the house of Saul, in whose stead thou hast reigned.
And that's he did not kill anybody from the house of Saul. He didn't kill Abner. He didn't sit back here and kill Ishbosheth. Read on.
And the Most High hath delivered the kingdom into the hand of Absalom thy son. And behold, thou art taken in thy mischief, because thou art a bloody man. Then said Abishai, the son of Zeruiah,
that was Joab's brother. Okay, it was his younger brother. Read on.
Unto the king, why should this dead dog curse my family, curse my lord the king? Let me go over, I pray thee, and take off his head.
Abishai was David's nephew.
Right.
He said, let me take this dude out. I'm tired of hearing this guy chirp all damn day long.
Throw rocks and act crazy.
He's throwing rocks, cursing me out, acting crazy. And you're going to see, he followed him all through the city. This guy's just heckling him all day. Can you imagine that? And you just listen to this guy heckle you all day long. And you just got to take this getting dissed. And your kids and your babies, you're a bloody man. He's like, Dad, what happened? Can you imagine that? Your children are sitting back here watching you get cursed out. Anyway,
in those conditions.
And you're down. And you're down at that particular time. Read on.
And the king said, what have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? So let him curse.
So he's like, man, y'all sons of Zeruiah are just murderers. He's like, can y'all still just take a break for a little bit? He says, what am I to do with you? Joab's killing Abner and going crazy. Now Abishai's going crazy too. He's like, can y'all just chill? Sometimes this happens. Let this guy curse me. Read on.
So let him curse. Because the Most High hath said unto him, curse David. Who shall then say, wherefore hast thou done so?
But you know, and this is how a person has to look at things spiritually. Because think about this. This is how we have to look at things. Mm-hmm. This guy Shimei is cursing out David for the wrong reasons. David had nothing to do with the murder of Saul's family line. He had nothing to do with the murder of Ishbosheth. He had nothing to do with the murder of Absalom. But when you're getting checked, and you're getting wrongfully checked, what David is saying is, you know what? I didn't do this. But you know what? Maybe the Most High wants me to sit back and endure this check. Because maybe the check wasn't about Ishbosheth and Saul's lineage. Maybe the check is about me and Uriah. Maybe the sting is for something else. Because I've had this issue with men. Men over here might sting me for something like that. I didn't say it do that. why is this dude hitting me for this? But maybe I was doing something else. And the Spirit's hitting me.
The Spirit's doing this
Just to check me on some other things. Because men aren't mind readers. Nobody can read your mind, but the Most High might have that person over me or this person out here come at me and sting me for some other things the Most High knows I'm doing. And the Most High knows I did. And for that reason, I have to be humble enough to take criticism even if I didn't do it. And this is like medicine. Y'all answer to everything y'all sons of Zeruiah is murdering people. If this guy wants to curse me, let me curse me. He's also saying, let him curse me, because maybe how I deal with being wrongfully dealt with might turn out to be a blessing for me. That's another thing. Maybe how I deal with this curse or this checking and how respectful I can handle it will show the Most High that I'm worthy for a blessing.
And he saw past the physical person in front of him.
Huh? But that's why I said all his spiritual senses are right now. But when he was in the palace, what was happening? He was all disconnected. Read on.
And David said to Abishai and to all his servants, behold, my son, which came forth of my bowels, seeketh my life. How much more now may this Benjamite do it?
What's this guy gonna do, man? Is I'm already at the bottom?
I'm already
I'm already at the bottom. I'm walking on hot sand with all my feet out. Have sackcloth on. It's already a bad day. This guy cursed me out. Take a number, bro. Take a number. Read on.
Let him alone and let him curse.
So listen, it ain't like this guy just cursed him out for 2 minutes. This guy's heckling him. He's heckle cursing him out. I know that's a real word. Heckle cursing out. He's just walking and cursing at him out. Read on.
For the Most High hath bidden him. It may be that the Most High will look on mine affliction, and that the Most High will requite me good for this cursing this day.
He said, maybe I might get blessed for enduring this cursing, for not taking it personal. Read on.
And as David and his men went by the way, Shimei went along on the hillside over against him.
He kept walking and following him. It wasn't he just cursing him as they walked by. He's following and cursing him. He's still throwing rocks as he's going. He's kicking dirt on him.
He hydrating.
Yeah, he's hydrating, cursing, taking a little break. I'm gonna kick some dirt. I'm gonna throw some more rocks. And like these guys, like this is the worst. Listen, that's all you're hearing. You're not like a metropolis. Where you hear cars and trucks and sound. All you hear is this guy heckling you, bro. You guys stink. You stink, David. You're the worst ever, David.
You bloody man.
You deserve to fall, David. Rocks and you're hot. The sun's out. You're having a bad day. It's a bad day. It's bad energy. Your spirits are already down. Read on.
From the top of read on.
Read on.
And cursed as he went, and threw stones at him, and cast dust. And the king
really being.
He's kicking dirt. He's instigating some more stuff.
His acid voice had to get cut off. It's vexing, bro.
It's vexing, and the sons of Zeruiah wanted to put it into it. They were tired of that. Right. Read on.
And the king and all the people that were with him came weary and refreshed themselves there.
Hell yeah, because they were weary from all the heckling and the cursing and the walking and the beat down and then the spiritual change.
Yeah, that's a big change. Right?
Read on.
And Absalom and all the people, the men of Israel, came to Jerusalem, and Ahithophel with him.
So now, after they're already disposed of, they went through the Mount Olives, then they went through Bahurim, which is in Benjamin land. You're getting cursed out. They're getting settled in their very crazy, dysfunctional situation. Now the scene turns to Absalom going into Jerusalem, rolling like he's in power and doing something now. Right? Read on.
And it came to pass, when Hushai the Archite, David's friend, was come unto Absalom, that Hushai said unto Absalom, the Most High save the king. The Most High save the king. And Absalom said to Hushai, is this thy kindness to thy friend?
So he's like, Absalom, why are you sitting back here being cool with me, Hushai? What about your guy David? Why aren't you with your guy David out here and sweating out there in the streets? Read on.
Why wentest thou not with thy friend?
Mm-hmm.
And Hushai said unto Absalom, nay, but whom the Most High and this people and all the men of Israel choose his will I be, and with him will I abide.
Hushai's got to sit back and navigate smart. I got to get on Absalom's side, and I got to make sure he trusts me.
He got to.
He got to, bro.
Well, that's his head, bro.
That's it off with his
He's
head.
pro David.
Yep. So read on.
And again, whom should I serve? Should I not serve in the presence of his son?
There you go.
And I have served in thy father's presence, so will I be in thy presence.
See there? There you go.
Listen, Hushai has to play the game, and he knows how to talk to him. He's spitting that game out, and now Absalom's going to accept him. Read on.
Then said Absalom to Ahithophel, give counsel among you. What we shall do?
So Absalom's like you're in a new king seat doing this.
He's
So what we
waiting.
gonna do now? What we
Listen,
gonna do now?
he's been waiting for this moment.
He's been waiting.
You gotta
for
see
it.
his face. How he's like, he's feeling good.
He's smiling.
His plan worked.
Absalom's smiling.
Oh my
He's
God.
like, what do we
He
do?
waited 4 years.
I know that. No, he waited 9 years.
Oh, word.
Don't forget. Remember, he left to Syria for 3 years.
Yeah.
He came back down to Israel, waited 2 more years before he saw his dad.
Right.
That's 5 years. Then he put the work in one of the people. So 9 years in the making.
Okay.
This plan was. And yeah, well, actually, it was like 11. Remember Amnon? Yeah, Amnon and Tamar. He waited 2 years before he even pounced on Amnon. So that was when he was
He's a
really.
patient guy,
That's
bro.
when he was really setting up the whole deal. Is okay. I can use this Amnon situation as a platform and leverage to start taking strides to the throne. This was an 11-year plan.
It just shows the power of when you do things sincerely and you do things right with the Most High. The Most High will protect you, but you can't lax for the Most High. You can't lax away from the Most High's protection. You can't take the Most High's protection for naught.
Yep. So now let's keep going.
And Ahithophel said unto Absalom, go in unto thy father's concubines, which he hath left to keep the house. And all Israel shall hear that thou art abhorred of thy father. Then shall the hands of all that are with thee be strong.
Did y'all understand that psychology behind that? Because for a long time I didn't understand it. Listen, Ahithophel, don't forget, Ahithophel's wisdom was precise and to the point. And it was deadly. He said this, Ahithophel said to Absalom, go and have sex with David's concubines. He says, if you have sex with his concubines, which he left to keep the house, which was 10, he said, all of Israel shall hear that thou art hated of thy father.
Right.
Then shall the hands of all that are with thee be strong.
Oh.
Think about this. Say, for instance, I want to back Absalom.
Right.
I want to support him. But what if David and Absalom make up? And I already showed my you-know-what
My car.
back in Absalom.
It's over.
David is sit back here. If David and Absalom reconcile again, they've already reconciled. So there's a good chance that David and Absalom can reconcile. So why am I going to go and make an extreme move to back Absalom when they can reconcile, and that I'm going to die because I pulled my card too
Oh,
early?
that's true.
So Absalom has to do an act that's so unforgivable. There's no turning back. And the rift between David and Absalom is permanent. So now I can make a decision and ride with Absalom without being afraid that David will be able to forgive Absalom and bygones will be bygones.
True.
That makes sense?
Yeah, they do it.
So now it's like, I got to do this so that David's like, no, I forget this dude. I'm not forgiving this dude. That's over. Now people can be strong in supporting Absalom versus being weary of supporting him, knowing that they can sit back and make things right. And I will sit back here and get stung for sticking my neck out to
There
her.
has to be a clear lane.
There has to be a clear divided lane.
Yeah.
So they're saying that once Absalom takes his concubines, there's no turning back now.
That's a permanent move. Right?
And that's the point. And this is why they said read what happens. Just keep reading what happens.
And they spread Absalom a tent upon the top of the
That's
house.
very lewd, bro. He's got a little tent, bro, and put it on top of the past. Same, but you know what's jacked up? Remember, but see, yeah. This is crazy how the Most High
This is
sits
crazy.
back here and throws all of what David did back in his face.
Wow.
That same rooftop where David was sitting back here looking at Bathsheba is the same rooftop where his son is sitting back here and defiling his household out. Remember that we're going to hold this verse. Go to 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 11 through 12.
2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 11. Thus saith the Most High, Behold, I will rise up evil against thee out of thine own house.
This is Nathan reminding David, I'm going to bring evil in your house, David. Read on.
And I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor.
This is the prophecy being fulfilled. I'm going to give your wives to a neighbor. Just like you
My
took your
question.
neighbor's wife, I'm going to have your wives be taken by another neighbor. Read on.
And he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of the sun.
Oh,
He
my
says,
God.
because you wanted to do it secretly. You want to do, read on, read verse 12.
For thou didst it secretly.
You did your dirt in the dark. Read on.
But I will do this thing before all Israel and before the
And
sun.
and everything Absalom did was a fulfillment of prophecy. He sat back here and defiled your house in front of everybody. On the same rooftop where you set your trap up. Most High is very poetic in how he sits back here and stings us out. On that same rooftop where you devise your negative is the same rooftop where the whole nation is going to see your shame. So Ahithophel said, man, go up in that tent and do your business and just bring them in one at a time, huh? That's a shameful thing, huh?
Wow.
Shaming the king.
That's horrible, man.
That's truly horrible, huh?
Wow.
But that's how the Most High, he says, now you know how it feels for you to take Uriah and his wife. It's the same feeling.
And the women have to feel that shame too.
I know that. What happens to them when he gets back in the kingdom?
Can't do it.
The whole vibe is over, right?
It's almost like,
But this is the effect of sin.
it's almost like tomorrow's feeling.
I know that, but this is the effect of sin. When you sin, now all these weird consequences come into effect. These weird after effects. When you defile the house, you defile the bed of the house. Now you got all these emotions and outlooks and negative that you got to wrestle through because of sin.
Yeah.
These are the consequences. I know. These are the consequences of sin. So, let's go back and so we got that verse in 2 Samuel 12. Go back to verse 21 in 2 Samuel 16 and 21.
2 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 21.
So this verse is showing you how Ahithophel's counsel is sharp and it's on point out.
He's a problem.
And he's dropping bars. Now, listen, man, if you want to sit back here and strengthen the people, do this so the people know, oh man, this ain't no turning back. This beef is for good. So I might as well ride with the winning team now.
Yeah.
I feel confident in riding pro Absalom.
I think it's a good decision.
Now because David and Absalom are never going to get right. They're never going to after Absalom does this.
That's not gonna happen.
That's not going to happen. So now I'm comfortable in switching sides. Does that make sense? All right, let's keep going.
Now I can put my true efforts in there.
And defending Absalom. That's the point. Read on.
And Ahithophel said unto Absalom, Go into thy father's concubines, which he hath left to keep the house, and all Israel shall hear that thou art abhorred of thy father. Then shall the hands of all that are with thee be strong.
Now they're like, we're safe to side with Absalom. Read on.
So they spread Absalom a tent upon the top of the house, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel.
That's foul, bro.
Wow. But there was that poetic return
It's all
judgment
con.
from the father.
And I'm also said, you want to do it in the dark? I'm gonna embarrass you in front of everybody.
That's how scary the Mosiah is.
Mosai is scary.
Mosiah is scary. Yeah.
In the open.
Yeah. And who wants that? Who wants that embarrassment out? That's the worst crap ever, right? Let me see. Read Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha 23 verse 18 and 19. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha 23 verse 18 and verse 19.
I'm sorry, what was it?
I'm gonna need you in a little bit. Ecclesiasticus 23, verse 18 and 19. Anak, how you get it for me?
Yeah. Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verse 18.
Let me salute you in real quick. Did I get you in yet?
You didn't get it.
Okay. Trying some new sounds out, man. I'm trying to change it up, right? Anyway.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ba Shemaiwan, Ba Yasha'Allah. I met you. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Alright. I did it once. I said, let's try it again, man. See if it works again. I have to put more work in. I'm trash at this. Yeah. Try it, Feel like Coltrane for a second.
The first one was good.
The first one, then it was like.
Oh, that was good. No, it was before it. So.
Yeah.
Had a little vibrato in there.
I got. If I can do that, it's over. Come on,
and what I love about
over.
this, I love about reading about this. This you're reading about the dynamics of.
It's just gonna be a 3-hour session of that. If I can do it like that, it's gonna be the Shabbat on the horns out. That's it. That's all you gonna get out. If I can blow like that out, you can get it out. I'm sorry. What you gonna say?
All I was gonna say is this is such an important thing to look at and lesson because you're learning about how the Most High has counterbalances, how there's judgment,
Yeah.
how he can't make, how good decisions in the past can benefit you in the future.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And how bad decisions in the past.
You're gonna have to face these bad decisions, and you have to face them in broad daylight.
And also too, how David went to sleep on his throne when he would start tearing, not taking care of his responsibilities, bit him in the tail. But also, that's the same way in our household when we get the development of our children, development of our household.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sleep on responsibilities. It's like if you have a leak in the house, it's gonna keep leaking.
Yep.
That leak's gonna keep leaking. That water's
It'll get worse.
Affect your foundation.
Yep.
So Most High is trying to create this story for me. I don't know about everybody else, but the story for me is a good lesson in the spirit of vigilance and long-term thinking. You gotta be on top of every detail of responsibility. And you gotta do everything so that you can sleep at night and be content in the mind. Because what happens is we make bad choices, then it's hard to sleep. Because you'll know when the spirit's gonna bring the spirit back to you. Hey, remember this? You remember this?
Got it. So listen, let's get this in Ecclesiastes 23 in the Apocrypha, verse 18 and 19.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 23, verse 18. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me?
Who see?
That man that's committing adultery. That's sitting back here taking another man's woman.
Yep.
He's sitting back here saying, who's seeing? Because how we like to look at things is, it's okay if I sin. And this doesn't have to deal specifically with sexual immorality.
Yeah.
It's any sin. If I sit back here and create a sin and I say, man, you know what? Our motivation is based upon who's going to see me if I'm going to get caught. So that person, my motivation is about, can I hide the sin? Can I cover the sin? Can I protect the sin? Read on.
Who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness.
Nobody sees me. Nobody can prove I did it. Read on.
The walls cover me, and nobody seeth me.
Mm-hmm.
What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins.
This is how we like to think. When we're sitting back here and doing, specifically when we're doing premeditated negative. Our whole mindset is, if I'm not going to get caught, if nobody can see me, then it doesn't really matter. Read on.
Verse 19. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men.
And at the time when David was getting laxed and when David was getting weak, all he cared about was making sure that he didn't get caught. Read on.
And knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
And we have to understand that. We can be in the darkest of areas, rooms, cities, countries, lands, doing what we want to do. The Most High sees everything that we are doing. Read on.
beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts.
And as you're reading about David, all these things that we do in secret get manifested in the light. Hold that verse, or let that verse go and go to Luke chapter 8 and 17.
Yeah.
That was Wayne Shorter. That was a song from my father. That's what it was. It wasn't Coltrane.
Who made
Wayne
that?
Shorter.
Wayne Shorter? That was a good jam.
That was one of the greatest, man. But yeah, read that verse. Luke chapter 8, verse 17.
Luke chapter 8, verse 17. For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest.
And this is how we have to maintain fear of the Most High. We have to fight our tails off to know and understand that whatever we do in the dark is going to get brought out in the light. And the Most High, his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. He sees what we're doing. He sees our intention. And he's going to exploit us for our negative intentions. So we might as well sit back and know that now and just avoid the sin. Versus operating as if we can do these things and not get caught. Most High's like, everything you do in the dark, I am going to bring it out to the light. So stop doing it in the dark and just change. This verse is for all the smart guys and gals think they can do things and outsmart the competition, so to speak. Be transparent about your intentions and actions or end up being like David. And that's a very scary reality to deal with. That you get embarrassed at that level. Because you want to hide things, you want to hide the intentions of doing things. So, with that being the case, let's go back to 2 Samuel chapter 16.
Verse 24.
Verse 24.
23, Salaki.
Yeah. Let me get 22 again. Yeah.
So they spread Absalom a tent upon the top of the house. And Absalom went in unto his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. And the counsel of Ahithophel, which he counseled in those days, was as if a man had inquired at the oracle of the Most High.
This is how sharp Ahithophel's counsels were. It was precise, it was potent, it was powerful. And with Ahithophel's counsel, it almost looked like Absalom was unstoppable.
It was.
Think about this. He had this bomb-ass counselor. You're young, the people love you. Nobody's really tripping that much.
About David.
All the warriors that was really a problem, they're out in the street side. And he's following counsel, and Absalom's listening to counsel.
He wasn't a stupid leader where he's going to get in power and just start being loose.
Now, he does make stupid. This is his next chapter. But the first chapter, he's listening. He's a good boy now. Next chapter, he starts to get a little reckless with his thinking. We're going to go into that next. Hold this. We at 12:30. I think we need to read some more Josephus, man. Let's go on this crazy blood clot, man.
Yeah.
I spit on your grave. I spit on your grave, but David. You're a bloody man, David. I would kill you. I would kill you now, David.
Yeah.
Benjamin was going crazy, reckless.
Yeah.
You get as mad as angry Irene, out here in the streets, mad as hell. Exactly.
You're no good, man.
You're no good. And I'm giving lame Benjamite accents. I know. I'm just trying to paint a picture. I'm just trying to paint a picture of angry Benjamin. And what happens when angry Benjamin is dealing with people.
Angry Benjamin on the loose.
On the loose, in the streets. Paragraph 4 in the Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 9, Paragraph 4.
It also kind of shows about those tribal issues out.
Listen, there was always beef. This is why, as you read all throughout the book, the connection between the 9.5 tribes and the southern kingdom was always very loose. There was never a strong fortification and bond between really the 10 tribes and Judah. It was really, I'm telling you, during the time of Saul, it was Judah and it was the rest of the tribes. And then later on, it became Judah and Benjamin and the rest of the tribes. But the 9.5, those connections were never really, really solid. And you can tell after, during the time of David, it wasn't solid. And after Solomon died, it wasn't solid.
And those connections weren't really too strong in the time of Judges.
Oh, it was horrible on the judges.
In the time of Judges,
It was tribe for tribe.
tried for it. Every
It
tribe
was
itself.
Ephraim. If Ephraim was going through hell, Manasseh was like, "That's y'all. Most I don't like y'all today."
Exactly.
It was really like that. There was nobody
Your
protecting
problem,
each other.
That's between you and you.
And remember, Gad was like in Gilead. "No, I'm not trying to piss off these guys. That's your issue. I don't want them to come over to me and mess with me." It was pure selfishness in the time of Judges.
And this is the problem with most nations. Most nations have these different groups that don't interlink, and it's a division with the nation, and it makes the nation susceptible to attack.
Yep.
I was reading.
But this is how Esau, not to get all geopolitical,
Yeah.
but this is how Esau can neutralize countries and the sovereignties of countries by not have to physically implementing military infrastructures there. And I can sit back here and create divisions amongst the populace, and the populace can go fight off each other, and I can sit back here and say it's okay.
Listen, in the 1500s, you had Esau, the British did that in India.
I know
In
that.
the 1500s, I was reading those
I
books.
know. When they were colonizing the whole damn world,
Yeah.
they sat back here and said, "We're British. We're going to break up the country of India the way we want to break it up. We can give a crap about all the different demographics in there and how splitting the country up in this way is going to affect them."
Long term.
They don't get. That's why you have India and Pakistan. They're the same. They come from the same family.
Yeah.
But you broke them up in groups and caused nothing but strife in the families, and it took years
Yeah.
for them to start establishing, reunifying themselves because of what they've done.
Exactly.
You will set tribe against tribe, people against people, based off of how you set up their land masses.
And this is why Esau always plays border games out. He likes to go into Africa.
They call it
and-
proxy wars. That's what
Yeah.
they call it technically. They call it proxy wars.
Yeah.
This is why all the crap in Ukraine is going on. You have your Ukrainian people doing their thing.
Yeah.
Then you set up these Azov, damn Nazi people. You train them. You train a battalion to sit back here and keep the country unstable. Then you have Russia saying we need to keep the people on the eastern side of our land and on the south protected. But we're going to have these Azovs coming here and keep creating problems to these people on the east and the south to maintain instability and to keep Russia uncomfortable. And you'll sit back and look, and then you still have Turkey. You got Turkey doing their thing in their country. Then you have the Kurds that are backed and financed by the United States government to keep the Turkish people uncomfortable. As you keep all these different infractions, and they call them, whether they call them it's proxy wars, they're terrorist groups, whatever you want to do, these terrorist groups, how are they getting the money to do these things? How are these little small terrorist groups getting the financing for bombs and all kind of crazy weaponry? They're getting finance from somebody, but then you got to ask yourself, who benefits from these proxy wars? It saves the government more money and resources just to fund other people to fight each other. What do you think the Arab Summer was about?
Exactly.
The Arab Summer was about all these different countries in Africa that were trying to unite, create these little infrastructures and these little companies, not companies, but these little factions, finance them, create this pro-government scenario, and then they'll wreak havoc in the country themselves. It got to the point that in the 50s, the CIA had to stop getting themselves into these wars because it was bad publicity. It was bad publicity. It was looking like America was sitting back here creating all this devastation on their own, which
They were.
They are. Yeah.
But you still got to get away from this damn. You got to stop looking bad on PR. I got to stop looking bad, so I can't have the head of CIA down in Guatemala anymore.
What's he doing over there?
Why is the head of CIA the Bushes? Why are they sitting back here wrecking Guatemala and killing people and causing civil wars or Iran in the 50s? If I'm not mistaken, the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt was the head of the CIA in the 50s, and they had created the coup to set up the new Iranian leader before Khomeini. Ayatollah Khomeini came in there, and after the 50s, they said, well, we got to find different ways to destroy these countries and to break them and subjugate them. So they create these different systems. The proxy wars was the last thing. Initially, they came in and broke these countries, creating these systematic business implementations.
Yeah.
And they'll sit back here and then they created debt slaves. That's another way they sat back in and trapped these smaller countries from the 50s until like the 70s
We're
and
gonna
80s.
upgrade your economy.
We're gonna
infrastructure.
sit back here and build infrastructure, trash, highways, electrical power plants. We're going to get you guys upgraded. But we're not going to teach the people how to work the system to get and create the jobs.
maintain the systems.
We're not going to teach your people and develop them and educate them. We're just going to create these systems, and they're going to fall apart. They're not going to work, and we're going to sit
On
back
purpose.
We'll pay for it. We'll provide the banking money. We'll put 50 million up. The country will pay for it, but the contracts got to come from us. So we get the profit from the contracts. We get the profit from the bankings get paid. And you're going to default. We know you're going to default. But you know what? The first time you default, we understand things happen. This is what we're going to do. Now we're going to bring, before the interest is already there, we're going to bring a military base in. And that's the way we can sit back here and we'll buy you time on the debt. No, we're not going to erase the debt. The debt never gets erased. We're going to buy back the debt and give you another loan and stretch out the loan more.
This is horrible.
But in return for that, we need a base there. And then after the base is there and you can't pay the bill maybe 10, 15 years longer in, you know what we're going to do? Listen, good news. We're going to sit back here. We're going to stretch this debt back a little longer, so don't worry about it. We'll give you more time. But now we need some political favors. Now we need you to sit back and sway the vote this direction, sway the vote that direction, and then when America comes to these different countries, they say, "No, we're okay. We don't want to do it." They'll sit back here and they'll try to bring some more fancy little implementation of plans, and we can make a lot of money here. Wink, wink. If they deny it, all of a sudden the president dies.
No one knows why.
There's a plane crash. I'm serious. There are plane crashes. Presidents die. They die of food poisoning. Some crazy thing happens, and then the next guy comes in here and they play ball. And then when they don't play ball, all of a sudden something bad happens. It's not even doing it for years. And then after that method got old, now we had to sit back here and create these different belief systems. And these Al Qaeda's and all these guys come in. How do these guys make all this money? How do they have all the finance to do the things that they're doing? You can't cause no coup in the country without the financial backing to get it done.
Coups out.
You gotta get who's training these people? How you walk around here with M16s or AR or damn AK-47s? How you doing it? It's telling you whoever. Listen, the name of the gun is telling you who's backing them. If they're rocking them AK-47s, you know it's Russia backed. M16, you know it's American backed. Or they got your little Jewish Israeli weaponry, you know who's backing them by the weaponry they use. It's just a strategy, though, to destabilize these countries. And these methods have been used over and over and over again. How they take out damn Gaddafi? Gaddafi was sitting back here and trying to put an African currency together to unify the African monies. And all of a sudden, listen, his country was running so smooth.
Education was good.
Education was high. They didn't have to pay for college. The people, it was a thriving country. And all of a sudden, they bring these this opposite group that was anti-Gaddafi. And before you know it, he gets humiliated on national television and gets killed. And they did it for all these countries that were viewed upon as threats or insurgents. If you're not playing ball with us, if you're not going to sit back here and let us take money from you, then we're going to send people to break your infrastructure down. It's that simple. Either we get paid, either you let us exploit you, or we're going to kill you and bring another government in that will help sustain what we're doing.
It's
The
just
scripture says, "A thief cometh not, but to steal and to kill
and destroy.
and destroy." And if you sit back here and don't bend the knee, we'll bend it for you. But now we'll make sure our hands are clean and nobody can trace it back to us now. Versus before, you can trace it back. You can trace the breadcrumbs back to the country that was in
And the
charge.
media always plays ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an evil dictator, such a bad guy.
Yeah, they'll say that, but then there'll be some guy in Libya. Look how peaceful it is. Everything's okay. The point is this: this is how media works. This is how government infrastructures work. You set these countries at war with each other. Now I can't sit back and look at the bigger enemy. Because we're at war with each other. Anyway, we can talk about that for hours. We're not going to. Paragraph 4. Yes, sir. Read that. Josephus, book 7, chapter 9, paragraph 4.
Page 196.
Where?
His brother-
Josephus.
My man is
Is it near?
Here you go. 196. 196, right? Page 196.
Page 196, paragraph 4, line 207.
I need it. I was like crazy, bro.
Page 196, paragraph 4.
Okay, read that.
When David was at Bahurim, a place so called, there came out a kinsman of Saul's, whose name was Shimei, and threw stones at him, and gave him reproachful words. And as his friends,
One thing, it shows David wasn't, when he was in his right mind, he wasn't impulsive. Also, because an impulsive person would quickly react and deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's cool.
and as his friends stood about the king and protected him, he persevered still more in his reproaches, and called him a bloody man, and the author of all sorts of mischief. He bade him also go out of the land as an impure and accursed wretch.
These are fighting words, He's really sitting back here egging him on. He's asking for it, Read on.
As an impure and accursed wretch. And he thanked the Most High for depriving him of his kingdom.
And you walking around, you got sackcloth on, You're already down, This guy's just banging on you.
Dusty out there.
Brother, it's hot. Read on, It's crazy,
And causing him to be punished for what injuries he had done to his master Saul, as this by the means of his own son. Now when they all were provoked against him and angry at him,
They all wanted to get this guy, everybody in the damn, as there's 600 cats, wanted to go deal with this dude, Read on.
and particularly Abishai, who had a mind to kill Shimei,
Oh yeah.
He don't mind to do that.
Read on.
David restrained his anger. Let us not, said he, bring upon ourselves another fresh misfortune.
We already said that we're gonna bring more problems this way. Another fresh problem, Already got problems, Read on.
Another fresh misfortune to those we have already. For truly, I have not the least regard nor concern for this dog that raves at me. I submit myself to the Most High, by whose permission this man treats me in such a wild manner.
And this is what we have to understand.
Yeah.
I have to accept that if I'm getting attacked, the Most High is still looking at what I do. It might not be right, but the Most High still wants to see how I'm going to react. And the Most High has this person coming at me for me to see how I'm going to react to this slander. So when we do get slandered, we do get attacked, we do get done wrong, we have an obligation to realize the Most High's got me in this situation, and He wants to know how I'm going to react to this slander, how I'm going to react to this mistreatment. Read on.
Nor is it any wonder that I am obliged to undergo these abuses from him, while I experience the like from an impious son of my own.
Exactly. He says, I am obliged to undergo these abuses from him while I experience the like of an impure, pious son of mine. He's like, you know what? I deserve this. I deserve this hit. I deserve it. And that's the only way you can take, or you got to say, I deserve it, or I'm not above dealing with it.
There you go.
That's the only way you can sit back and deal with misfortunes of this level. Either I deserve it, or I'm not above going through this crap. None of us should be above sacrificing at all, or going through any type of problems. Okay? So let's keep going.
But perhaps the Most High will have some commiseration upon us. If it be His will, we shall overcome them. So he went on his way without troubling himself with Shimei, who ran along the other side of the mountain.
Was running across the block.
This is stamina.
And listen, is his anger? He was heated out.
This angry stamina.
This Benjamin man was on fire. Saul! This guy was going nuts, bro. This guy was going nuts. Read on.
who ran along the other side of the mountain.
God.
And you know what? When you don't say nothing back, it fuels the guy to even talk more.
Yeah.
Because he wants this guy to say something to justify everything he feels inside. So I'm gonna say, what are you supposed to do when you got a gainsayer talking loud and talking a bunch of mischief? You don't feed it.
Add no food.
You don't say it. You know, saying something is gonna fuel the barbarian in you.
That's true.
If I respond to your barbarianism, it's going to make you more confident to be a barbarian. So just don't say it. Just box them out and go about your life. And eventually, all the yelling would stop. Or it won't. Either way, giving in and going back and forth to a barbarian man or a person that doesn't want to listen to counsel and doesn't operate in reason is a waste of energy.
It feeds
Gives
weakness.
them satisfaction.
It gives them satisfaction. And the discourse goes nowhere. What was David going to say to change this man's thought, Shimei's thought?
Nothing.
He could have said, I didn't do nothing. I didn't. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Why are you lying? I know you was a liar. I knew you was a liar, David. And he's smiling at everybody in Benjamin land.
But he wants the attention too.
I know.
So it's like I'm not gonna feed your desire for attention.
Because that's why these guys that do this gainsaying talk, they want attention. And that's why the antidote is to not give attention back. Because it's not like people are trying to get reason. Because if Shimei was trying to get understanding, he would have talked to him one-on-one. If he wanted just some clarity, he would have been a man enough to go just confront him face to face and talk as a man. He just wanted to sit back and lash out, like a lot of cats want to do.
Because the attention of the public feeds him as a figure.
Exactly.
It makes him
more of a man.
Yeah, it makes him. He wants to feel like a man this time.
Exactly.
So listen, bro. Listen. For you to have this kind of strong emotions out, it's a sign of weakness out.
It really shows that you're not really as much of a man as
Because you
think
should have
are.
been that way before David got kicked out of the kingdom. If it's that serious, you should say this thing. You should have been going out there.
Why don't you go to Jerusalem and express your issues with
You
him?
should have did it at Jerusalem.
Exactly.
That's how you know he's a coward.
Exactly.
Because
There's a lot of cowards in Israel.
If you have a real problem, then you deal with that man directly, like men of all nations should be doing.
Yeah.
But
But
you
the
don't-
guy that wants to bloviate and talk loud and get viewers and respond with you, that's weakness.
It's a coward desiring attention. That's why David knew better. This guy's not a threat. Let
He's
me
not
move
a
on.
threat. He's small time.
Yeah.
Done. So let's keep going.
So he went on his way without troubling himself with Shimei, who ran along the other side of the mountain and threw out his abusive language plentifully. But when David was come to Jordan, he allowed those that were with him to refresh themselves, for they were weary.
So what he did, he posted at the River Jordan, got himself together, hydrated, set up camp there. I kind of want to jump through. Matter of fact, let's go.
The power of the Bible. The power of the Bible shows that you can. The Bible, when you really read it, it gives you the answer.
Answers to all these issues that we deal with in life.
We all deal on a universal level. We're gonna deal with these issues on a universal level.
Done.
All men are gonna deal with this.
So getting the antidote and the solutions is everything. So let's get chapter 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 Samuel chapter 17 and verse 1. Moreover, Ahithophel said unto Absalom, Let me now choose out 12,000 men.
Now listen, this is Ahithophel was trying to set up to kill Shaddai. He says, Ahithophel said, you know what? Let me get 12,000 chosen men out of his choosing. Read on.
And I will arise and pursue after David this
He
night.
says, I'm going to sit back here and finish this damn thing now while they're on the run. You can see by how the story has been going that David and them are kind of with their heels backwards. They're not in a strong mental or military position now. So Ahithophel knows that. He says, man, these guys are reeling. They're shook. This situation just happened. Now is the time to strike. This time to break these dudes now. Ahithophel, once again, is right on point. Let's break David now, and the insurrection will be over. I'll send 12,000 men. They won't be ready, and they won't know what hits them. Read on.
And I will come upon him while he is weary and weak-handed.
Because he's weary, and he was weary and weak-handed at this point. They haven't set up camp. You got babies and children with y'all. Y'all are migrating like you damn vagrants.
It's chaos.
It's chaos. You haven't got your footing. You haven't settled your children and family to even get into a mental or military posture to deal with this situation. He says, this is the time to break.
Ahithophel was on point.
They said his counsel was like then the Most High's, like an oracle. So read on.
And will make him afraid, and all the people that are with him shall flee, and I will smite the king
He
only.
says, I don't even need to kill all of them. I just got to sit back here and create enough chaos, separate the men, and take out David, and this will be over. And all the men, Joab included, will bow down and lock back into you, and everything will be fine. This is the kill shot. It was the right counsel. Read on.
And I will bring back all the people unto thee, and the man whom thou seekest is as if all returned. So all the people shall be in peace.
He's like, and I'll even take David out so you don't got to get your hands dirty. I'll make this real easy for
So
you.
you won't lose your posture, your image.
I'll do it all.
Yeah.
I'll do the dirty work. I'll make sure the dirty work is done, I should say. Because he was an older man. I'll make sure, I'll bring out the right men. I'll choose the right warriors. I'll set this up properly. Read on.
And the saying pleased Absalom well, and all the elders of Israel.
So he's like, oh, I like that answer. I like that counsel. Read on.
Then said Absalom, call now Hushai the Archite also, and let us hear likewise what he saith.
Mm-hmm.
And when Hushai was come to Absalom, Absalom spake unto him, saying, Ahithophel hath spoken after this manner. Shall we do after his saying? If not, speak thou.
Mm-hmm.
And Hushai said unto Absalom, the counsel that Ahithophel hath given is not good at this time.
Now, why is Hushai saying that? Because Hushai is sitting back here still working for David. So he's like, this is not good counsel, my king. My king, this isn't going to work. Because he's like, this is the exact goddamn answer that's going to kill my king. I can't let this happen. So I got to sit back here and create a diversion and create another angle. So this is how he creates the angle. Read on.
But said Hushai, thou knowest thy father and his men, that they be mighty men.
And they are. And that's why the counsel is believable. He said, man, you sitting right here going up these damn dogs. These guys are killers. Read on.
And they be chafed in their minds.
And he says they're always ready to go to war. They're looking for the opportunity to go to war. These are mighty men that are used to these conditions.
That's not new to them.
So the story makes sense.
You better make a move. You better make the right decision. These guys are always ready.
Yeah, he says they're always ready.
You put in 9+ years preparing for this. You better strike at the right time.
Yep, and he's like, you better sit back. Because what he's saying, what he's going to say is, get the whole nation's army, gather all the tribes of Yahweh. He's saying that. He's like, go from Dan to Beersheba. But you know what? By saying that, he's like, I need to buy some time.
Right.
So I can buy time. So get Dan.
Right.
Go and get Ephraim and Manasseh and Asher and all the tribes. Get them. Get all the best of your men, and then we get them. That takes weeks, bro.
That's a lot of time.
That takes weeks and weeks.
Logistically,
and weeks.
that's not.
And that's
work.
my point. And while you're wasting weeks gathering army
You lose your
together,
window.
now David buys him some time to make his next move. Brilliant by Hushai too. Read on.
That they be mighty men, and they be chafed in their minds, as a bear robbed of her whelps in the fields. And thy father is a man of war, and will not lodge with the people.
And he's like, already, my lord, my liege, the kids are somewhere else. Women are somewhere else. They already got hatchets and weapons, and they're ready to kill. They're ready right now.
Yeah.
So you can't. So striking them when they're not ready, it's not going to work. They're already ready to war, and that's his response. Sneak attacking them is not going to work because they're already ready. But he knows they weren't. Listen, Hushai was torn shirts. So was David. They was walking around barefoot, crying up in the Mount Olives. Remember we read that? He wasn't ready for war, and Hushai knew that. But he had to create this narrative to buy him some time. Read on.
Behold, he is hid now in some pit, or in some other place.
He's making like he's some damn warriors. He got war paint. He's ready to go. He's like Rambo. You think Rambo was in Korea? He's ready to kill the whole world. Rambo's ready to go. He's like the whole. He's 600 guys like Rambo right now, ready to get you. They're ready. Read on. And remember, Rambo was like, this dude was a super killer. When he lost his little Chinese woman or his Korean woman, he went crazy after that. You couldn't stop him. I don't know if you remember that movie. That's just me in the 80s. Like, I'm sorry. Keep going. He was ready to kill the whole world out. I was like, damn. He was in water. Anyway, he comes up out of the water. He do that, right? How long was he in the water for, right? Yeah. How long was he like holding his breath, right? There was no bubbles coming up. Ah!
No straw.
He's going at people, right? But this is how I'm imagining how Hushai is explaining to Absalom, bro, listen, these guys are ready to do this. It's over. Don't do this now. Just with 12,000, it's not enough. Read on.
And it will come to pass, when some of them be overthrown at the first, that whosoever heareth it will say.
So he's like, out of these 12,000, Ahithophel is showing, if they start dying, if those guys start dying, word's going to get around that these boys is weak. That Absalom's voice is weak.
Yeah, Absalom can't have that out.
And then all of a sudden, momentum goes to David's side. You don't want to lose this first battle because it's going to have a trickle-down effect amongst the sentiment of the people.
Which is true.
Everything he's saying has a form of being right. But he knew David wasn't prepared to do this. Read on.
There is a slaughter among the people that follow Absalom.
That's the point. You don't want that bad PR, right? You don't want bad PR if they lose this first fight.
I was right with Absalom because he took care of my judgment. He got my horses back.
But now he's losing battles now. I'm backing off this Absalom train.
Yeah.
He said, you don't want the word to come out that these 600 dudes that are ready to kill took out this 12,000 man battalion. And so, this is going to be bad on the reputation of you, Absalom, and the people are going to be afraid and not back you on the next wave of the fight.
Yeah, 2 Samuel 17 verse 9.
What's that?
I was just saying 2 Samuel 17 and 9.
Okay.
For some
okay, I'm sorry. What you going to say?
So he's also using David's past battles.
Yes, and it's a damn good reasoning.
It's leverage.
Yes, and it's all to buy him time. That's all it is. Read on.
And he also that is valiant, whose heart is as the heart of a lion, shall utterly melt. For all Israel knoweth that thy father is a mighty man.
And even the toughest guys we have on our side are gonna melt because they know this dude's a dog.
I ain't seen him.
Listen, haven't y'all seen like Gladiator, right?
Yeah.
And like what's his name? Severus? What was that? No, not Severus, but
Maximus.
The guy that was the Gladiator dude. Russell Crowe. Remember all the warriors was like remember the Roman emperor said, "Give me a sword." It was like sheath your swords. Like, I'm not gonna let my captain sit back here and die like a chump. Like, this dude's a damn G. The warriors backed him and they respected him as a warrior. So they're saying these valiant men that are backing Absalom, they're gonna melt when they hear that David wiped out this first wave, because they know David's exploits. You got Crazy Joab with you too. You got Crazy Joe with you over here. Yeah, all of them went with them. Crazy Joe's with him, man. If Abishai's there, Crazy Joe's with him, man.
That's a problem.
Crazy Joe's a problem, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got these maniacs out here. I always go back to putting dudes in ovens and splitting them in half.
And getting that big rake and raking them up.
It's just insane, bro. This is what they're doing in the
streets. You
streets.
don't want that. He gonna come back on
and they're like, bro, I've seen these guys do crazy
work.
Like,
You know what? I remember that.
And they're like this, you know what? And after they win the first battle, like, oh man, forget this, man. The greatest dogs, and we're like, you know what? This ain't gonna work, bro. So he's putting fear in their hearts to buy time. Read on.
And they which be with him are valiant men. Therefore I counsel that all Israel be generally gathered unto thee.
Get all of the nation and gather us as a larger group. Read on.
From Dan even to Beersheba, as the sand that is by the sea for multitude, and that thou go to battle in thine own person.
And that you lead the battle.
Oh, set him up.
You know, well, yeah, but he says you lead the battle, and you gather your own large army as you in the forefront. Now you're formidable. Now you're not to be played with. And you can show your people that you're the head in the battles like your father David was.
Scoring his pride.
Exactly. Read on.
So shall we come upon him in some place where he shall be found, and we will light upon him as the dew falleth on the ground.
We're going to catch him, and we're going to surround him, and it's going to be over. Read on.
And of him and all of the men that are with him, there shall not be left so much as one.
We'll annihilate them. Forget keeping these 600 guys around. We wipe them all out. We wipe all the insurgents out. We remove the threat the right way. Read on.
Moreover, if he be gotten into a city, then shall all Israel bring ropes to that city, and we will draw it into the river until there be not one stone found there.
So he says if he's in the city, we'll sit back and get ropes and climb on that. All the army will sit back here and besiege this city and break it down, and we'll destroy all of the stones. We'll break that city down to rubble. We'll kill David. We'll kill all the men, all the kids, all the women, and we'll destroy the city to dust, to smithereens. Read on.
And Absalom and all the men of Israel said, the counsel of Ashai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel.
But it wasn't. It was the worst decision Absalom could have did. It was the worst decision.
It was a good picture though.
He
That
painted
picture was
a
sharp.
hell of a picture.
Yeah,
man.
that's what it is.
It was a believable angle. It was believable, but it was wrong because he gave him the time David needed to regather himself. They was out here in the wind, on the water. They had no fortification. They were going to lose. Read on.
For the Most High had appointed to defeat the good counsel of Ahithophel, to the intent that the Most High might bring evil upon Absalom.
But the Most High set this up, and he put the proper story in Hushai's head, and it was manufactured properly to break Absalom. Read on.
Then said Hushai unto Zadok,
It's Zadok.
Zadok, Salakia. Then said Hushai unto Zadok and to Abiathar, the priests, thus and thus did Ahithophel counsel Absalom and the elders of Israel.
So now Hushai drops the information to the priest. Now the priests are going to drop the information to their sons, and the sons are going to get the message back to David. That was what the plan was.
Right.
Read on.
And thus have I counseled. Now therefore send quickly.
No, why did Hushai tell the priest and the sons both counsels? Because he said, listen, he said, this is what Ahithophel counseled to Absalom, and this is what I counseled to Absalom. Why did he tell them both?
They need to know the full matter.
You need to know the full matter, and even though they agreed, these things change. The decisions are always fluid.
Still could be a potential.
He still might change his mind and go with Ahithophel's counsel. So he said, get this message to David where Ahithophel's mind is at, so you can make a damn move off that move. I'm buying you time, but that doesn't mean he's going to follow this.
He could reconsider.
That's my point. So we got to sit back and let him know both ends to make sure that David's alert enough to get in a situation to get stable. Okay, read on.
Now therefore send quickly and tell David, saying, lodge not this night in the plains of the wilderness.
And this, he's like, don't stay in an open area, because you could get exploited. He might listen to Ahithophel's counsel and bring these 12,000 guys, and while y'all are asleep, you'll get smoked. Don't go in the plains. Don't go in a wide open place. You got to get shelter and protection. Go into a city. Read on.
But speedily pass over, lest the king be swallowed up and all the people that are with him.
And that's the point. So he gave him the understanding of what Ahithophel was saying, because he might come and still do it. Read on.
Now Jonathan and Ahimaaz stayed by Enrogel, for they might not be seen to come into the city.
So they stayed away, and they waited for the message to get brought to them, so they can bring the message to David. Enrogel is a city away from Jerusalem. Read on.
And the wench went and told them. And
some wench, the woman, some wench. Yeah, some wench, some servant, ended up delivering the message to these two men, the sons of the priest. Read on.
And they went and told King David. Nevertheless, a lad saw them and told Absalom, but they went both of them away quickly.
It's like a movie act.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is that some young shepherd boy saw these dudes, saw the message, and ended up giving the information to Absalom. So Absalom like, sends some men out to take these dudes out because they're enemies to the crown. Right? Read on.
And came to a man's house in Barum, which had
That's
a
Benjamin land again.
Excuse me, sir?
That's Benjamin land. Baharum. Read on.
which had a well in his court, whither they went down.
So what ended up happening, the well was obviously dry. So these two men, which were the sons of Zadok and Abiathar, who had the message for David, got the information and had to hide to make sure that these soldiers didn't kill him. So they hid into this well, a dried well. Okay, read on.
And the woman took and spread a covering over the well's mouth, and spread ground corn thereon.
So I would imagine the ground corn was drying, and it would look like the corn was drying and getting prepared for some kind of harvest.
Like harvest, right?
Yes. So nobody would look into the well because it looks like at least what Israel does. They would have the corn drying out, whatever the case is, but they were hiding under it, making sure these soldiers weren't going to spot them. Okay. Read on.
And the thing was not known.
Okay, so they didn't find out. They didn't find them. Read on.
And when Absalom's servants came to the woman to the house, they said, Where is Ahimaaz and Jonathan? And the woman said unto them, They be gone over the brook of water. And when they had sought and could not find them, they returned to Jerusalem. And it came to pass after they were departed that they came up out of the well and went and told King David, and said unto David, Arise and pass quickly over the water, for thus hath Ahithophel counseled against you.
So they had to make sure he understood where Ahithophel's mind was at, because he wants a quick strike and an early decisive victory. But once again, the Most High doesn't let just get anything without difficulties and work and some type of a challenge. Nothing comes easy. Nothing comes easy. Read on. Then why does nothing come easy? Because the Most High has to remind us He's in charge of everything. So while they're sitting back here waiting under this well, they're like, I hope the Most High comes through for me. I hope the Most High comes through for me. And when He does, it's another lesson and reminder that He's in charge of it all. It's not about brains and wit and just clarity and substance. It's all that mixed with faith. David created an idea, but all these ideas can be foiled if the Most High's grace isn't there. Right? Read on.
Then David arose, and all the people that were with him, and they passed over Jordan. By the morning light there lacked not one of them that was not gone over
So they
Jordan.
got the hell over, and they got it done in time. Read on.
And when Ahithophel saw that his counsel was not followed,
Now check this out.
he saddled his ass and arose, and gat him home to his house, to his city, and put his household in order.
Listen. Ahithophel realized.
He wasn't stupid.
Listen, Ahithophel realized, you know what? If you're not going to take advantage of him now, it's over.
Wow.
That's a statement.
He's like, it's over. I might as well die. Because when everything is said and done, I'm going to get murdered. Absalom's going to lose because he didn't listen to my counsels. So you know what?
It's foresight.
This dude was on point. So we're like, man, you know what? It's not going to work. This whole thing is going to. David got the time he needed.
Right.
He's going to set himself up, and he's going to come down, and he's going to finish off Absalom. And you know what? He's coming for me next. So he goes back home. He saddled his ass and arose and got him home to his house. Read on.
To his city, and put his household in order.
He set his affairs in order.
And hanged himself.
Listen, I'm going to sit back here and make sure who's going to pay the bills. I'm going to start the bank accounts. He did all that. Obviously, he wasn't the bank accounts, but you get my point. He sets all the business up. You're going to be the head of this. He says his goodbyes, and he kills himself out because he knows what's next. He's like, I'd rather kill myself than David sit back here and torture me out.
But David was
going to get him out.
Ovens out.
David.
It's oven time.
Maybe it's some residue from that
Listen,
council.
huh?
Maybe it was some residue spilled over from that council of food shop.
Well,
A
you know
little
what?
bit of reminder.
Yeah, and it's that, and it's like, listen, bro, this ain't gonna work out well for me. I told him what to do to make this thing right. He didn't listen, so now I'm gonna die. So he understood it. This is foreshadowing like a mug. Read on.
And hanged himself and died, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father.
Huh?
Then David came to Mahanaim.
Mahanaim.
And Absalom passed over Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him.
Just missed him. Now what's crazy is what you're going to realize is a little bit of meat in 24 and 25. Let's deal with the first part of 24. Then David came to Mahanaim. This was the city that Ishbosheth stayed in. When Ishbosheth, don't forget, Ishbosheth was the son of who? Saul. He was the son that wasn't the warrior, that didn't fight, But they understood the Mahanaim. It was two things.
Man of shame.
Yeah, man of shame. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 8. 2 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 8.
2 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 8. But Abner, the son of Ner, captain of Saul's host, took Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, and brought him over to Mahanaim.
So why did Abner was a military captain. He was a high-end military general. He sat back here and took Ishbosheth to this city called Mahanaim. And soon afterwards, he sits back here and made him king. But before he made him king, he had to bring this man to a secure location. Mahanaim was fortified, it was secured, and it would protect Ishbosheth. Why did he do that? Because Abner needed a place to protect him before he put him back into a position of leadership. Because he knew if Ishbosheth was a king, Abner would also have what? Military power and control over the army still. This was right after Jonathan and Saul died. So Mahanaim obviously was a well-fortified city, okay, on the east side of Jordan. We read that David and them crossed over Jordan, so they went to the east side of Jordan to find refuge. What we're going to also find is in Joshua chapter 21 and verse 38, if you can get that for me. Joshua 21 and verse 38.
Joshua 21 and verse 38. And out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead with her suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Mahanaim with her suburbs.
So Mahanaim was a city of refuge also. It was a place that if a person accidentally kills somebody, he can be protected from siege or protected from anybody coming and hurting them. So this was David understood this also. David went to a city of refuge to get protection for him and the 600 followers that were with him and their families. He went to a city of refuge that was heavily fortified. It was known to be heavily fortified. They said the city of Mahanaim with the suburbs. So there was other surrounding cities around Mahanaim that were cities of refuge also. But Mahanaim was a fortified city, and it was a place where he could protect his family and strategize what was the next play. You see how it was moments. It was mere moments. It was a night that determined this whole thing. It was everything was about timing. If Absalom would have listened to Ahithophel, I'm getting his name wrong. Ahithophel. If you would have listened to him at the time you listened, they would have caught them slipping in the wilderness at night, unprotected in the plains area. Plains is the flatlands.
Opposite.
He didn't listen.
Exposed.
It waited the night. By the time they got to the daytime, they were already in Mahanaim, right?
Mahanaim.
Yeah, Mahanaim. So by then, now they're secure. Now the family's protected. Now they can fix their mind on the battle in front of them. Timing was that half a night that determined this war.
And it's all in the Most High's hands.
It was all in the Most High's hands, but you see how timing was everything. And it was all in control of the Heavenly Father. So, now we understand that Mahanaim was a city of refuge, and it was where Ishbosheth stayed. It proves this was a very fortified and protected city. So now he has time, now he has protection. Now the second part of verse 24, read that part again, in Absalom.
2 Samuel 17 and 24. And Absalom passed over Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him.
So listen, the entire nation didn't go with him. There's no way he was able to gather the entire nation in half a day. So what this also shows is Absalom didn't listen really to either of the two.
No.
He picked and chose what he wanted to hear from Ahithophel,
Yep.
and he picked and chose what he wanted to hear from Hushai.
God.
What he heard from Hushai is, I'll lead the fight. He didn't want Ahithophel to lead the fight. That's one thing.
Because of the glory.
That's the point. He wanted the glory. And he didn't want Ahithophel to lead the army. Because then it would have been Ahithophel that did it, and not Absalom that did it. So then also, he still didn't wait to gather all the nation from Dan to Beersheba either. So he still did what he got. He got his crew of fighters instead of getting Ahithophel's crew of fighters. That's a major thing too. Because Ahithophel would have sent some more experienced fighters. This guy brought his dude in there. He brought his captain, his set of fighters to fight the battle. And these guys were all inexperienced in war. Okay? So, he brought his crew, and he was a little late to the fight. He should have just, if you weren't going to assemble the entire group, you should have went with Ahithophel's plan. But he didn't want to give Ahithophel the glory and the power and the credit for the move.
He had been image conscious for the past 9 or 11 years.
So now he's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go bring my crew. And obviously, he didn't want to have Ahithophel be the military captain, because the next verse talks about he had a captain of his own. Read verse 25.
And Absalom made Amasa captain of the host instead of Joab.
Yep.
Which Amasa was a man's son, whose man was Ithra, an Israelite, that went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahash, sister to Zariah, Joab's mother.
That's a lot of mumbo jumbo, but what it explains is Absalom picked Amasa, which was still family to David's lineage. Hold this and go to 1 Chronicles chapter 2 and 17.
1 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 17. And Abigail bare Amasa.
Now Amasa is that same Amasa that we're reading in verse 25. Abigail bare Amasa. Read on.
And the father of Amasa was Jether, the Ishmaelite.
So, listen. Amasa, his father was Ishmael. His mother was an Israelite. Okay? Amasa father was not an Israelite. He was from Ishmael. But his mother was, if I'm not mistaken, read verse 17. Abigail was the sister of, hold on. Let's read verse 25 again. Hold this, we're going to bounce back to this. But we know verse 17 is explaining that Amasa's father was an Ishmaelite, and Amasa's mother was an Israelite. So give me verse 25 again in 2 Samuel 17.
And Absalom made Amasa captain of the host instead of Joab, which Amasa was a man's son, whose name was Ithra, an Israelite, that went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahash.
And this is where there's a discretion, because Ithra, here it says Ithra was an Israelite. Verse 17 it says Abigail bare Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether, the Ishmaelite. So we got to kind of, I'm not sure. We can go into Josephus to kind of see what they say, to kind of be a final kind of clarifying verdict. Let me see. Now, before we jump into this, I don't want to go any further. We're almost at the end of this chapter. Let me do this. Let's do Antiquities of the Jews, Book 7, Chapter 9, Paragraph 8 first. Then we'll go into this other part. Okay? Now, can you give me Paragraph 8?
Sorry, we'll start chapter 9.
Chapter 9, Paragraph 8. We're going to get back to this explanation, but I want to see if I can find it in the Josephus, how he explains it, or if he explains it at all. Then we'll go back into this, but we got to get the verse in Paragraph 8 before we jump into that part. So read that, sir.
Paragraph 8, page 198.
Mm-hmm.
But Ahithophel, on rejection of his advice, got upon his ass and rode away to his own country, Galam. And calling his family together, he told them distinctly what advice he had given Absalom. And since he had not been persuaded by it, he said he would evidently perish.
He says, because he didn't listen to my counsel, he's going to die. Read on.
And this in no long time, and that David will overcome him and return to his kingdom again.
This dude had vision. Huh? Read on.
So he said it was better that he should take his own life away with freedom and magnanimity than expose himself to be punished by David.
To be tortured by David. Read on that.
In opposition to whom he had acted entirely for Absalom.
Jesus, listen, man. I sat back, all these moves I made, there's no turning back for me. I'm defending Absalom. I got to go. Read on.
When he had discoursed thus to them, he went into the inmost room of his house and hanged himself. And thus was the death of Ahithophel, who was self-condemned, and when his relations had taken him down from the altar, they took care of his funeral. Now, as for David, he passed over Jordan, as we have said already, and came to Mahanaim, a very fine and very strong city.
And we explained how it was a city of refuge, and it was the city that Ishbosheth took before Abner made him king over Israel once Saul and Jonathan died. Right? So it's a very fortified city. Read on.
And very strong city. And all the chief men of the country received him with great pleasure, both out of the shame they had that he should be forced to flee away from Jerusalem, and out of the respect they bear him while he was in his former prosperity. These were Barzillai, the Gileadite, and Sephar, the ruler among the Ammonites, and Machir, the principal man of Gilead. And these furnished him with plentiful provisions for himself and his followers, insomuch that they wanted no beds, nor blankets for them, nor loaves of bread, nor wine.
And they were in no need for these things. Read on.
Nay, they brought them a great many cattle for slaughter, and afforded them what furniture they wanted for their refreshment when they were weary, and for food with plenty of other necessaries.
So now they got into a fortified position, and all their family and men are taken care of, and they got backing from people now. Now the army is just not 600. Now you're in the thousands now. You have Ammonite help. You have Israelite help on the east side of Gilead. You're in a much better position now, militarily. So, going back to the point, in verse 25, Absalom is picking a captain, I don't want to say certified, but unproven captain. Obviously a man of his own age. He sit back here and is inexperienced, unproven, to fight in this battle.
And most young kings do that anyway.
And that's the point. They want to bring their people. That's another reason why he didn't want to hit the field there. He wanted his guys in this to be the fighters. He wanted to bring his people in, his boys that he grew up with. And that was a bad military decision.
Yeah.
So now it says, read verse 25 for me in a Samuel, sir.
Come on. 2 Samuel 17 and 25. And Absalom made Amasa captain of the host instead of Joab, which Amasa was a man's son, whose name was Ithra, an Israelite, that went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahash, sister to Zeruiah, Joab's mother.
Okay, so Abigail is the daughter of Nahash, sister to Zeruiah, and we know Zeruiah is the sister to David. So it's all family. So Absalom is still dealing with somebody close to his family. It's just that Amasa is close to his family on his mother's side and not his father's side. Okay? Continue.
So Israel and Absalom pitched in the land of Gilead.
So now Absalom and Israel, his warriors, his fighters, they pitched somewhat north of where Mahanaim is. So they're ready to go to war. Now we got David that sit back here is enclosed in this fortified city. Now they got time to counsel, get themselves together about what they're going to do next with this little army that's out here ready to fight. Read on.
And it came to pass when David was come to Mahanaim, that Shobi, the son of Nahash, of Rabbah, of the children of Ammon, and Micah, the son of Emiel, of Lodabar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite of Rogalium.
So this is Israel on the east side of Gilead and some help from Ammon, because that's how the map looks. Read on.
Brought beds and basins and earthen vessels, and wheat and barley and flour, and parched corn, and beans, and lentils, and parched pulse, and honey, and butter, and sheep, and cheese of kine for David, and for the people that were with him to eat. For they said, the people is hungry and weary and thirsty in the wilderness.
Verse 1.
And David numbered the people that were with him, and set captains of thousands and captains of hundreds over them.
So now what David is doing, he's setting up his warriors. He's making a count of how many guys he has to go to war with him now. Read on.
And David sent forth a third part of the people under the hand of Joab.
So now what he's doing, he's breaking up these battalions in three. Joab has got one of the battalions. Read on.
And a third part under the hand of Abishai, the son of Zeruiah.
Both of these men are loyal, battle-tested captains. Read on.
Joab's brother. And a third part under the hand of Attai, the Gittite.
Attai, that loyal man that was going to be with him regardless. That was with him, loyal from him, from the time that he was in Gath, in exile from Saul. Okay, read on.
And the king said unto the people, I will surely go forth with you myself
now
also.
David's ready to fight now. Now David's ready to be in the battle and fight his battle. Okay, read on.
But the people answered, thou shalt not go forth. For if we flee away, they will not care for us, neither if half of us die. Will they care for us? But now thou art worth 10,000 of us. Therefore, now it is better that thou succor us out of the city.
Succor us out of the city. So what he's saying is, listen, stay back. Because you're the prize anyway. Remember Ahithophel said, listen, if you take out David, that's all you got to take out.
That's it.
You don't got to take out everybody else. Take out David, you neutralize the threat. So they said, listen, man, stay back in the fortified city. We're going to take the fight to Absalom. You stay in a fortified city, stay protected, because you're what they want anyway. We'll go to fight, you stay back, we'll deal with these guys. Okay, because you're more important than 10,000 of us. Because when you're alive and we take Absalom, you'll be able to easily put us and everybody else around you back in the position we're supposed to be in. Right? Read on.
And the king said unto them, what seemeth you best I will do. And the king stood by the gate side, and all the people came out by the hundreds and by the thousands.
So he stood by the gate, and all the other men went out there to get ready to go to battle. He broke up the groups and battalions by thirds. Okay? Ittai, Joab, and Abishai. Read on.
And the king commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, deal gently for my sake with the young man.
He wants to make it easy on Absalom. He's like, don't smash Absalom, man. Be merciful on Absalom.
But you know he's been tripping. He's been sun tripping for a little bit.
He's been sun tripping the whole time, huh? He's sun tripping on Amnon. He's sun tripping on everybody, huh? And listen, Joab was like, all right, we're gonna look after him, B. Yeah. It's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Read on. So he says, be gentle with my son Absalom. Read on.
Even with Absalom. And all the people heard when the king gave all the captains charge concerning Absalom.
Everybody heard, even the young men heard the order. So it wasn't just between Joab, Abishai, and Ittai. Everybody heard, don't touch my son. Be gentle with this guy. Put some soft braces on him or something like that.
Kids gloves.
What's that?
Kids gloves.
Yeah, put some kid gloves or just put some tie downs, slap him up a little bit, but don't hurt him. Okay? So this is the order. Read on.
So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was in the wood of Ephraim.
So the battle got to the wood of Ephraim, and they're going at it with each other. Read on.
Where the people of Israel were slain before the servants of David. And there was a great slaughter that day of 20,000 men.
20,000 men got wiped out. So he did get a larger army than Ahithophel said. And I guess that was the time it took. And that disparaging time of gathering those people, it was the difference between victory and loss. So 20,000 people that were lined up with Absalom died. Read on.
For the battle was there scattered over the face of all the country. And the wood devoured more people that day than the sword devoured.
The wood devoured more people than the sword devoured. The conditions of the woods must have put a lot of people in bad estate. Hold this verse and go to Josephus, chapter 10, paragraph 1 and 2.
Chapter 10, Page 198,
Yeah.
paragraph 1. And this was the state of David and his followers. But Absalom got together a vast army of the Hebrews to oppose his father, and passed therewith over the river Jordan, and sat down not far from Mahanaim in the country of Gilead. He appointed Amasa to be captain of all his hosts instead of Joab his kinsman. His father was Ithra, and his mother Abigail.
His father was Ithra. His mother was Abigail. Give me 1 second. I put that verse in
1 Chronicles 2:17.
2:17. Did it say Ithra?
I said Jethro.
Huh? What's that? Then it could be a different then that could be a different name. I just want to make sure.
Said Jethro.
Jethro. Then it's probably a different name. Matter of fact, hold on a second. 2 Samuel. That took me to the verse. 2 Samuel 17:25. Yeah. The truth is this. I can't say he was Ishmael then, because I can't prove it. So we're just going to say he's Israel. We're going to stick to what the scripture says. Scratch that Ishmael angle. Okay, so keep going.
Okay.
And his mother. Mm-hmm.
And his mother Abigail. Now she and Zeruiah, the mother, and Zeruiah, the mother of Joab, were David's sisters.
Mm-hmm.
But when David had numbered his followers and found them to be about 4,000.
So now it went from 600 to 4,000 once he got fortified in this city. So now he has a respectable army versus just 500 dudes. Read on.
He resolved not to tarry till Absalom attacked him.
He says the strategy was not to wait and get plucked off by Absalom. The strategy was to take the war to Absalom, to go at this dude. Read on.
But set over his men captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, and divided his army into 3 parts. The one part he committed to Joab, to the next Abishai, Joab's brother, and the third Ittai, David's companion and friend, but one that came from the city of Gath, And when he was desirous of fighting himself among them, his friends would not let him. And this refusal of theirs was founded upon very wise reasons. For, said they, if we be conquered, when he is with us, we have lost all good hopes of recovering ourselves. But if we should be beaten in one part of our army, the other parts may retire to him, and may thereby prepare a greater force, while the enemy would naturally suppose they have another army with him. So David was pleased with this their advice, and resolved himself to tarry at Mahanaim. And as he sent his friends and commanders to the battle, he desired them to show all possible alacrity and fidelity, and to bear in mind what advantages they had received from him, which, though they had not been very great, yet had they not been quite inconsiderable. And he begged of them to spare the young man Absalom, lest some mischief should befall himself, if he should be killed. And thus did he send out his army to the battle, and wish them victory therein. Paragraph 2. Then did Joab put his army in battle array over against the enemy in the great plain, where he had a wood behind him. Absalom also brought his army into the field to oppose him upon the joining of the battle. Both sides showed great actions with their hands in their boldness, the one side of exposing themselves to the greatest hazards, and using their utmost alacrity, that David might recover his kingdom, and the other being no way deficient, either in doing or suffering, that Absalom might not be deprived of that kingdom.
So they both fought with veracity and aggressiveness, and they both had their ways, man. They both fought their best. Read on.
And be brought to punishment by his father for his impudent attempt against him.
Mm-hmm.
Those also that were the most numerous were solicitous. Was it Solicitous.
Yeah.
Those also that were the most numerous were solicitous, that they might not be conquered by those few that were with Joab and with the other commanders, because that would be the greatest disgrace to them. While David's soldiers strove greatly to overcome so many 10,000s as the enemy had with them, Now David's men were conquerors,
This is phenomenal. David's men were conquerors. Read on.
as superior in strength and skill in war.
These guys had the experience. They both had the equal desire, but their skill and experience end up toppling them. Read on.
So they followed the others as they fled away through the forests and valleys. Some they took prisoners, and many they slew.
So when it said the woods were, I'm going to make sure I got it. It says the wood devoured more people than the sword. Just the killing in the woods was where most of the stuff was going down. Read on.
And many they slew, and more in the flight than in the battle.
So more people died in the flight and running into the woods than in the actual physical combat out in the plains area. Exactly. More people were dying as running from and escaping them. They were dying that way. Okay. Read on.
For there fell about 20,000 that day. But all David's men ran violently upon Absalom.
They was going at him. We're going to hold that and go back in the scriptures now. But yeah, they was going at him. They wanted to finish this damn battle off.
2 Samuel 18:9. And Absalom met the servants of David. And Absalom rode upon a mule. And the mule went under the thick boughs of a great oak. And his head caught hold of the oak. And he was taken up between the heaven and the earth.
Now don't forget, remember his hair, he pulled his hair once a year.
Yeah.
So his hair was high, he was tall. Matter of fact, read your point in the Josephus because he talks about it a little bit.
But all David's men ran violently upon Absalom, for he was easily known by his beauty and tallness.
Oh, that prettiness is not working for you now. You can't hide now. Everybody see you.
There he is.
There he is. The pretty one over there.
Out.
Exactly. Pretty Ricky over there.
Pretty right.
Read on that.
He was himself also afraid lest his enemies should seize on him.
Exactly. You want to keep it real. You were trying to keep it real at the temple earlier, right? Now it's time for you to get caught up. Read on.
So he got upon the king's mule and fled. But as he was carried with violence and noise and a great motion, as being himself light, he entangled his hair greatly in the large boughs of a knotty tree that spread a great way.
Wow, there was no getting
Very
around it.
inconvenient, bro.
That was a most high got you kind of moment. It was very inconvenient. It came out of nowhere.
So it's like the speed he was riding was riding very violently.
Yes.
He didn't weigh much.
Mm-hmm.
He was causing a lot. He was coming up on top of the horse.
Yeah.
He was bouncing up and
Yep.
down in
Exactly.
violent fashion.
And you're sitting back here, you're going, you're pushing because you don't want to get caught.
like
And all of
fear,
a sudden, the
adrenaline's
adrenaline's going, the horse is flowing, and all of a sudden you get caught like this, man, and the horse keeps going.
Because he's scared. He's in fear. He doesn't have full control of the horse.
No, bro. That's crazy,
That's crazy.
He's an experience. He's experienced himself
Yeah,
to see these kind of things.
exactly. So keep going.
He entangled his hair greatly in the large boughs of a knotty tree that spread a great way. And there he hung after a surprising manner.
It was a surprising manner. This isn't how normal people get caught up. Read on.
And as for the beast, it went on farther, and that swiftly, as if his master had been still upon his back.
It's all the Most High. The horse was gone. There was no way to get out. He was stuck.
Like he was still being...
Yeah, exactly. Like he was getting goaded.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Read on.
But he hanging in the air upon the boughs was taken by his enemies. Now when one of David's soldiers saw this, he informed Joab of it. And when the general said that if he had shot at and killed Absalom, he would have given him 50 shekels.
He said, man, if you would have killed, I would have gave you some bread for it. I don't know why you didn't kill him. Why you didn't kill him? But don't forget, Joab was right there in front of David when David said, don't hurt him. Yes, my lord. And then we're in the middle of war. How come we didn't kill this dude, man? I would have given him bread for it. What you doing? I like Joe. That was Crazy Joe again. Crazy Joe was being Crazy Joe. It's the truth. Go back in the scriptures. It's going to say the same thing. This is Crazy Joe at his finest. Read on,
2 Samuel chapter 8. You want 9 again, sir? 18 and 9?
Yes, do 9, bro.
All right. And Absalom met this.
What it shows you also is that you need some cycles in your war in your war camp. You need these guys. it's hard to restrain them. My dad was like, I can't control these sons of Zeruiah. These dudes are maniacs, but I need them.
Right.
I need these maniacs to kill these Ammonites and Moab and you can't take on these Philistines. You need these guys. It's just hard to control them once they're in that position. Read on.
And Absalom met the servants of David. And Absalom rode upon a mule, and the mule went under the thick boughs of a great oak.
Josephus kind of explains the escape with a little more detail.
Yeah.
He was fleeing for his life,
Yeah.
and he got caught up because he was fleeing for his life. Read on.
And his head caught hold of the oak, and he was taken up between the heaven and the earth, and the mule that was under him went away.
So he's just floating in the air, bro. Read on.
And a certain man saw it and told Joab, and said, Behold, I saw Absalom hanged in an oak.
So he's trying to get out. It ain't like he's sitting here just doing this. He's trying to get out.
He's fighting for his
It's
life,
so
right?
entangled, You ain't got no scissors there though, so you screwed up.
He's
Your hair is so caught up in something. The only solution is to cut the hair out.
Yeah.
He had to cut the hair, but he was sitting here like this, Anyway, he's in a bad situation,
I'm sorry. A real example. It's like me running from men at gunpoint.
Yeah.
They chasing you. You try to top the gate, but your shirt get caught in the gate. You can't get out.
You better take that damn shirt. You do something to get that shirt off, It don't always work that way though.
Yeah.
That's crazy, but keep going now.
And Joab said unto the man that told him, And behold, thou sawest him? And why didst thou not smite him there
Why
to the
did you kill
ground?
him? You should have killed him dead then. This is Joab talking now. Read on.
And I would have given thee 10 shekels of silver and a girdle.
I bought some gear too, bro.
Yeah, hooked up.
I would have rewarded you for this. Read on.
And the man said unto Joab, Though I should receive 1,000 shekels of silver in mine hand, yet would I not put forth mine hand against the king's son.
I'm not gonna kill the king. You crazy? I'm not touching that king's son. I heard David say, "Don't touch this dude." I'm gonna sit back here and kill him. You crazy? David's already got a history of killing people that killed his enemies. He got a history of it. I'm gonna sit back here and be number 3. No way, bro. I'm not touching that smoke. Read on.
For in our hearing the king charged thee and Abishai and Attai.
He said, I heard him say, "Don't do it to y'all." He told y'all not to do it. Now y'all want me to do it? Read on.
Saying, Beware that none touch the young man Absalom. Otherwise, I should have wrought falsehood against my own life.
I'm bringing heat to my life. I'm not listening to orders. You're tripping, Joab. Read on.
For there is no matter hid from the king, and though thyself wouldst have set thyself against me.
Read on.
Yeah, you would have killed me too.
I know. You would have
got
killed
the-
me. You would have killed me if that was
Joe's
killer.
like, yeah, you're right.
Bro.
He's in a comfortable position right now.
I know. Well, listen to what Joab says,
Then said Joab, I may not tarry thus with thee.
I ain't listening to this shit, man. I'm gonna go out here and handle this business myself. I'm not tarrying with you. I don't want to hear this crap. You want to talk this spiritual talk with me? I'm killing this dude. I don't want to hear this wisdom and the spirit and the most out of woman to do that. I don't want to hear that. I'm not tarrying with. I'm not buying what you're telling me. I'm not buying what you're selling me. I'll go do it then, man. You just chirping. Because the problem is he knows Joab. When Joab like, listen, I wouldn't have said nothing. If you would listen, I wouldn't have said nothing. Because this is when he does the cover up. He kills him and don't say nothing. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
He just sitting like this.
I don't know what happened.
Joe just hang out there.
He just died. But in war.
Hung up? I don't know.
Things happen. Just happen.
Clouds of war, you know the clouds of war.
Yeah, and the clouds of war. Listen, Joab was going to sit back and do the cover up.
Yeah.
He said, I can't tear. He said, I can't trust you like that.
He's been doing that.
You're the robot guy. I got to keep you doing robotic things. If we're going to do some dirt, I need Zariah. Where's Zariah at? Zariah, do some dirt with me. We'll do dirt. This guy, I can't bring him on all the missions. This is what Joab's saying, Read on.
Then said Joab, I may not tarry thus with thee. And he took 3 dots in his hand and thrust them through the heart of Absalom.
That's what they say. That's what they talk in Boston. Dots. That's what they say. It's dots.
Yeah, dots.
That's perfect. That was perfect enunciation. That's East Coast verbatim talk. But this kid, he took 3 dots. He took 3 dots, and he killed him with 3 dots. The end. I love it. Great. That's all you gotta say. You can just close up the book and go home, man. That's perfect. Well, let's keep going, I'm sorry.
and thrust them through the heart of Absalom, while he was yet alive in the midst of the oak.
God.
And 10 young men that bear Joab's armor come
Now
past.
these dudes, obviously these guys that are his armor bearers, they roll like Joab rolls out. So 10 of his armor bearers, they finish the job. Joab initiates it, and then they finish
They
it.
gotta be in order.
I know, but you got to be a certain kind of guy to roll with crazy Joe. You got to be crazy too. You ain't gonna just pick you if you ain't crazy like him.
It's like no
He had
comparison.
If there's no like moral, they gotta be your moral compass got to be a little off. Makes mess with crazy Joe out. Because this guy's trying to get all spiritual. I don't hear this dude. Where's my goons? You bring my goons out. I'm gonna bring my armor bearers / goons, and we'll see if I can get them
It's
out.
not time for feelings right now.
That's my point. That's where Joab's at. Anyway, this is crazy. First of all, Joab liked Absalom. Let's not get this front. Let's not affront this. Joab was pro Absalom for a while. Listen, you got me out of my house. I'm out here in the woods again. I forget this. I'm going back in the kingdom. I'm going back in Jerusalem. Yeah, I'm not messing with you. All that friendship is over. You're gone.
Look what you did.
Look what you're doing. I'm out here sweating again. I'm out here sweating for no reason. Read on that. I'm sorry.
And 10 young men that bear Joab's armor compassed about and smote Absalom and slew him. And Joab blew the trumpet, and the people.
It's over. Go back home.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah.
It's like the exact thing that Absalom was counseled to do. Like you take out David, move on.
That's it.
Exact same
Because that's
thing
military
happened.
strategy.
Take out the-
All these guys are gonna lose their desire to sit back here and keep fighting. There's no need now. It's over. The insurrection is done. You think Mephibosheth's gonna sit back and do something? You have to deal with him when you get back home. But anyway, let's keep going.
And Joab blew the trumpet, and the people returned from pursuing after Israel. For Joab held back the people. And they took.
So Joab said, "Okay, don't kill no more of our people. The war is over. These are our brothers. Let it go." Read on.
And they took Absalom and cast him into a great pit in the wood, and laid a very great heap of stones upon him.
And that's the cover up. They're going to hide him. We're going to murk
That's
him.
great.
And we're going to throw him in the pit and throw rocks on him like it was damn Joe Pesciak in Vegas.
I have full scripture.
They Joe Pesci them. Remember Joe Pesciak?
Yeah.
They beat him with a bat and threw him in the damn
Cornfield,
in the
the hole.
cornfield. It
Yeah.
was in Iowa, something like that.
Yeah, full scripture real quick.
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus 10 and verse 13.
Okay.
It's basic scripture. It says, "For pride is the beginning of sin, and he that hath it shall pour out abomination. And therefore the Lord brought upon them strange calamity." It says, "and overthrew them utterly."
Strange calamity is how he got caught in them trees. It's a strange thing because of his pride. So listen, David was off for not being on top of his kingdom, but that didn't give Absalom a justifiable reason to
Before the father.
exploit that. And that's a lesson for us. Listen, if the Most High is going to remove who he's going to remove, it's not up to us to what do you call it? A war. Take matters in our own hands. Let the Most High sit back here and remove who he's going to remove and exalt who he's going to exalt. Our job is to keep our head down and do our job. That's it. So continue.
And all Israel fled, everyone to his tent. Now Absalom in his lifetime had taken and reared up for himself a pillar, which is in the king's dale. For he said, "I have no son to keep my name in remembrance." And he called the pillar after his own name, and it is called unto this day Absalom's place.
Okay, that is verse 18. Hold that,
Okay.
and let's go to paragraph 3. So 7:10:3.
Paragraph 3.
Matter of fact, did we
We didn't finish.
let's
paragraph-
finish paragraph 2.
Line 240, paragraph 2. Now when one of David's soldiers saw this, he informed Joab of it. And when the general said that if he had shot and killed Absalom, he would have given him 50 shekels, he replied, "I would not have killed my master's son if thou wouldst have given me 1,000 shekels, especially when he desired that the young man might be spared in the hearing of us all." But Joab bade him show him where it was he saw Absalom hang, whereupon he shot him to the heart and slew him. And Joab's armor bearer stood round the tree and pulled down his dead body and cast it into a great chasm that was out of sight, and laid a heap of stones upon him till the cavity was filled up. Wow.
And they buried him under these rocks.
It's a bad death.
His body's mangled, bro.
Yeah.
His body's mangled. There's no sepulcher situation here, right? He was dishonored. You're supposed to sit back and go into your family's sepulcher.
He don't belong there.
That's my point.
And also, you think they wants to pull those rocks up and watch it, look at that son's body?
Mangled body, bro.
Nah,
He died a
bad
horrible
death,
death. But you know, he deserved that bad death.
the Most High dealt with it because he had that pride.
Kinda. So that cavity was a deep hole in the first place, and it's kept throwing rocks and filled it up. You think they were gently throwing rocks down there?
They was trying to, man. Go home, man.
Kinda. Read on.
Till the cavity was filled up, and had both the appearance and the bigness of a grave.
That's crazy, Read on.
Then Joab sounded a retreat and recalled his own soldiers from pursuing the enemy's army in order to spare their countrymen.
Exactly.
It was the right decision, bro.
It was over. It was over.
We gotta have everybody die for this dude.
Exactly.
Die for Joab, no.
So keep going.
Paragraph 3. Now Absalom had erected for himself a marble pillar in the king's dale, 2 furlongs distant from Jerusalem, which he named Absalom's hand, saying that if his children were killed, his name would remain by that pillar. For he had 3 sons and 1 daughter named Tamar, as we said before, who, when she was married to David's grandson, Rehoboam, bore a son, Abijah. What is it?
Abijah's fine.
Abijah by name, who succeeded his father in the kingdom.
This is later on stuff that Tamar, which was Absalom's daughter, married Solomon's son, Rehoboam. But that's later on. Let's keep going.
But of these we shall speak in part of our history, which will be more proper. After the death of Absalom, they returned every one to their own home respectively.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going.
Let's keep going. Let's go back in
2 Samuel.
2 Samuel verse 19.
18 and 19.
Yep.
Then said Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, let me now run and bear the king tidings, how that the Most High hath avenged him of his enemies. And Joab said unto him, thou shalt not bear tidings this day, but thou shalt bear tidings another day. But this day thou shalt bear no tidings, because the king's son is dead.
So why you want to bring bad news to the king, bro? Why you want to sit back here and bring bad news to the king? That's not your job. You don't bring bad news to the king. Read on.
Then said Joab to Cushai, go tell the king what thou hast seen.
Joab said, I'm going to send this other dude who we don't know to send him some bad news. Because I don't know how he's going to react to this bad news. Why am I going to send a son of the priest? Don't forget, Ahimaaz was the son of Zadok, the high priest. You're supposed to be the priest next. Why am I going to have you send this bad news to the king? He might react jacked up to you. Send some regular dude to go drop this bad news out and to catch the blowback behind the bad news. Read on.
And Cushai bowed himself unto Joab and ran. Then said Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, yet again to Joab, but whosoever let me, I pray thee, also run after Cushai. And Joab said, wherefore wilt thou run, my son, seeing that thou hast no tidings ready?
They have nothing to give you. This guy's giving the bad news. Why you want to sit back here and drop the information? Read on.
But whosoever said he, let me run.
Howsoever
said he, let me run. And he said unto him, run.
You run then, man. Shit, you want to run. Read on.
Then Ahimaaz ran by the way of the plain and overran Cushai.
So he blew past Cushai. This guy's running, So he got past him. He blew past him. Read on.
And David sat between the 2 gates, and the watchman went up to the roof over the gate unto the wall, and lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man running alone.
So the watchman on the top of the tower said, hey, somebody's coming down, David. Yep. David's out in the front of the gate, waiting to see what happens.
Why was he so eager to give him the bad news?
He didn't give him the bad news. You're gonna read. Okay. He gave him a half news.
Okay.
Read on.
And the watchman cried and told the king, and the king said, if he be alone, there is tidings in his mouth. And he came apace and drew near. And the watchman saw another man running. And the watchman called unto the porter and said, Behold, another man running alone. And the king said, He also bringeth tidings. And the watchman said, Methinketh the running of the foremost is like the running of Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok.
I guess these guys know how these cats run.
They labored together.
Yeah.
And the king said, He is a good man, and cometh with good tidings.
Because the good guy is supposed to come with good information. You see what I mean? The good man is supposed to come with good information, not bad news. Read on.
And Ahimaaz called and said unto the king, All is well. And he fell down to the earth upon his face before the king, and said, Blessed be the Most High thy power, which hath delivered up the men that lifted up their hand against my lord the king.
So he's delivered the bad guys into your hand. You're the king again. Everything's going to be okay. Read on.
And the king said, Is the young man Absalom safe?
I don't know.
And Absalom answered, When Joab sent the king's servant, and me thy servant, I saw a great tumult, but I knew not what it was.
So he's not going to give him the bad news. I don't know what happened. All I know, I can tell you, is we won. I don't know what happened to Absalom. I'm not sure. He did, though. Read on.
And the king said unto him, Turn aside and stand there. And he turned aside and stood there. And behold, Cushai came. And Cushai said, Tidings, my lord the king, for the Lord hath avenged thee this day of all them that rose up against thee.
So now he's going. Now he's doing what Joab said. The Lord avenged you. But read on.
And the king said unto Cushai, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Cushai answered, The enemies of my lord the king and all that arise against thee do thee hurt. But as that young man is.
Be as that young man is.
Everybody-
So everybody that went against you is just like how Absalom is. They all dead.
This is true.
Read on.
And the king was much moved, and went up to the chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, thus he said, O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would God I had died for thee. O Absalom, my son.
So once again, all this is still a tragedy because of what. It's a tragedy, but it's a punishment for what David did. David had kept showing his sin had a cost. Our sin has cost. He said, your house is going to be bloody, man. I'm not going to destroy you, but your house is going to be bloody because of what he did with Bathsheba and how he killed Uriah. So let's finish just so Josephus up real quick. And we're not going to go in chapter 19. We'll step that for next week. But that thread is done, and we can go into what happens later. Joab kind of checks David, as we're going to read in chapter 19 next week, about how you're getting all sentimental.
He was still sent.
You can be sentimental, but he said, man, listen, man, this guy was trying to kill you. He was trying to kill your entire family, wipe you off planet Earth, and all your family.
They was like, I would have died. I let it happen now.
He's like, bro, he said, you tripping. He's like, listen, he got something to fight for. Joe, I want to get back to my city, my land. What are you talking about? I want to be back to being a Don Juan number 2. I'm number 2 in the kingdom. I'm number 2 in the kingdom, B. You didn't want to give that up? Are you serious?
They like, I would have took it, man. Like, I'm not
shit.
I'm not for the die.
Not me. That's why I killed him dead.
He covered it up.
I killed him dead.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go paragraph 4 real quick.
Paragraph 4, line 245. But now Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, the high priest, went to Joab, and desired he would permit him to go and tell David of his victory, and to bring him the good news that the Most High had afforded his assistance and his providence to him. However, he did not grant his request, but said to him, Wilt thou, who has always been the messenger of good news, now go and acquaint the king that his son is dead?
You want to keep being known as the good answer guy. You don't want to be known as the bad answer guy. Read on.
So he desired him to desist. He then called Cushi and committed the business to him, that he should tell the king we had seen. But when Ahimaaz again desired him to let him go as a messenger, and assured him that he would only relate what concerned the victory, but not concerning the death of Absalom, he gave him leave to go to David. Now he took a nearer road than the former did, for nobody knew it but himself, and he came before Cushi.
So that's how he got it. He found a detour. Read on.
Now as David was sitting between the gates and waiting to see when somebody would come to him from the battle and tell him how it went, one of the watchmen saw Ahimaaz running. And before he could discern who he was, he told David that he saw somebody coming to him, who said he was a good messenger.
Meaning, you see that there's a reputation of people that you bring good information. He is a good messenger, not talented. He's the guy that brings good news to people. Read on.
A little while after, he informed him that another messenger followed him, whereupon the king said that he also was a good messenger. But when the watchman saw Ahimaaz and that he was already very near, he gave the king notice that it was the son of Zadok, the high priest, who came running. So David was very glad and said he was a messenger of good tidings, and brought him some such news from the battle as he desired to hear.
Read on.
While the king was saying thus, Ahimaaz appeared and worshipped the king. And when the king inquired of him about the battle, he said he brought him the good news of the victory and dominion. And when he inquired what he had to say concerning his son, he said that he came away on the sudden, as soon as the enemy was defeated, but that he heard a great noise of those that pursued Absalom, and that he could learn no more, because of the haste he made when Joab sent him to inform him of the victory. But when Cushi was come, and had worshipped him, and informed him of the victory, he asked him about his son, who replied, "May the like misfortune befall thine enemies as hath befallen Absalom." That word did not permit either himself or his soldiers to rejoice at the victory, though it was a very great one. But David went up to the highest part of the city and wept for his son.
So you see how he worded it in a way to where he didn't find pleasure in it, or he wasn't sad about it either. It had to happen. Read on. So he wept for his son. Read on.
And beat his breast, tearing the hair of his head,
Damn.
tormenting himself all manner of ways, and crying out, "Oh, my son, I wish that I had died myself, and ended my days with thee." For he was of a tender and natural affection, and had extraordinary compassion for his son in particular.
Even though he did all that shit to him, man.
That's like foreshadowing.
Yeah.
But when the army of Joab heard that the king mourned for his son,
No, we hold off because
Okay.
that goes into next week's class, chapter 19. Are there any questions, issues, statements? Then we're gonna sit back here and we'll resume next week, and we'll go from 19 to 21, and before we know, we're gonna be out of Samuel, bro. It's almost that time. It took a little longer than normal. We got a couple of weeks, but it took longer than normal. But I think it was worth taking the time. There was a lot of information here. Yes, sir.
Do we go cover to cover, or do we reset after the Old Testament?
Well, I'm not going all Old Testament. I'm not going to go through the prophetic verses like Isaiah and all the prophets and Jeremiah and stuff. But I'm still debating on if I want to jump straight to Matthew and run through the New Testament, or if I want to go and
To go the narratives in the Apocrypha.
yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do it.
Oh, so there'd be an apocrypha section.
There might
after
be an
the
apocrypha.
66.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to go apocrypha. I know I want to go into the Reconstruction period when Israel fell apart, and that might take me a little bit into like Ezra or Ezra. I might go Ezra because that deals with the reconstruction of Israel when the Persians helped us rebuild with finances and stuff. And Ezra and Nehemiah, that's all. Ezra and Nehemiah were around the same time. I might jump from Ezra and Nehemiah and then jump to Matthew. I think that's what I might do.
Chronologically would be pretty nice.
If we stick with Ezra and Nehemiah first, and first Ezra. Second Ezra is very prophetical, but first Ezra might be the one that might be the angle to go.
So do you feel that we'll reset to Genesis maybe sometime next year?
Yeah. After we get through, we might go to Hebrews, or at least I don't know how. This is the first time, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is our first time.
Yeah.
Going
through.
cover to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the first time doing this.
All right.
We were going, we were just going Genesis to Deuteronomy the whole time.
You're good.
All right.
Good.
So we're gonna I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but I'm thinking we get to Reconstruction, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esdras, first Esdras, then we jump to Matthew. Because we're still dealing with that time period of Reconstruction to the latter day Reconstruction. Because even Herod had refortified the temple even more and put a lot of finances into rebuilding the temple to his best height since Solomon. Because even when in Ezra and Nehemiah, the temple wasn't up to specs. It was kind of done in haste, and it wasn't at the level, and he talks about that in Ezra, that it was when Herod got the financing from Rome to reestablish. So once Jerusalem was put together, then Christ came back. Then we'll go on to that, and we'll go at the very least from Matthew to Romans, at the least. And we'll figure we might go around through Romans and Hebrews, and then double back to Genesis. That might be it. At least those are heavy, because Hebrews connects with Exodus and Genesis and Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy anyway. So I'm thinking that's where we go with it, and then we'll go back and recycle it. Yeah. All right. Israel and Majum, we're gonna set our present. Majum will point out Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. How about Shem Yahshai? We'll say it again. Shlakia. Barakatha how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathan Lanawa Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatha how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa Nathan Lanawa Awar Lara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Number 3. Barakatha Yahweh by Shem Yahshai. Hahawa Nathan Lanawa Ha'ayo Kwarab La Kwarab Ha'ai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
4. Barakatha Yahweh by Shem Yahshai. Hahawa Nathan Lanawa Shaman Zayath Lamashak Yasharal.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Do it again. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh hast made make me glad through thy works.
Make me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies, and my ear shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahasham Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'ayawa, Ladawad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashamaz, Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayat, Marawat Yawa, Tall, Haramwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hararya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawab, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayaya, Aid, Halwalam, Basham Yashad.
Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, Basham, Yahushai, Rachlewa, Washralia, Wabiyath, Support. 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 Barak the Yahweh, Barak the Yahushai, Barak the Yahweh, Barak the Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. Basham, Yahushai, the water, the Miyat, Amen.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahushai, Welcome Yashalom, men of Israel. Man, Barak, Yahweh, Hashem, Yashai, Barak. Kum Yashalom, Kum Yashalom, Kum Yashalom, Kum Yashalom, Kum Yashalom. Top, turn our faces, sisters. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Barak,
Yahweh Shemai Thumb by Hashem Yashai. Yashmatah, dismissed, fall out. Israel Shalom for Thwada for holding tight, listening to us. We'll see you guys on our Monday, all right? Shalom.